Sometimes we're misunderstood. If I believe in greed, and a man to keep his word, that's you. Would that make me a fool? And would you call me delusional? Delusional. Oh, that word is so cruel. I believe in truth. It's buried deep down somewhere inside of you. I believe this lesson's mine. 6 times 10,000 and too much time. Delusional. Oh, that word is so cruel. Delusional. Am I a fool? So be it. Yes, I believe I'm through pleasing people, impressing you. I know my value. Freedom waits and is overdue. Now I can start anew. 'Cause that's my cue. Start anew. 'Cause I am true. Yes, you call me delusional. Oh, that word is so cruel. Delusional. Don't believe I'm a fool. I think that's you, and that's my cue. I believe that's you. I've started you.
All right. Hey, everybody. Welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran and JM, and tonight is flipped. So we are doing conversation the first half and music the second half. And the link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody who wants to come in to join us. And welcome, everybody. It's so good to see everybody coming in. I appreciate you all being here. Things are crazy per usual. So I am streaming on Rumble also tonight. And Snooks or Anti, if one of you wants to drop, or JM, if one of you wants to drop the link into the chat for the Rumble stream, that would be great. Thank you very much. And I'll be trying as hard as I can to follow both chats on Rumble and on YouTube. Appreciate you all being here and being there, wherever here and there are.
I'll drop the link for the Rumble.
Oh,
Rumble
awesome.
channel.
Thanks, JM. Making you work even up on panel. That amazing song was by Anna Weatherup. She's incredible. I've shared a lot of her music before. She has a new album that's out, and that's the first release on YouTube of one of her new songs, Delusional. And I just really enjoy her style of music, her voice. She seems like an amazing person, and her songwriting. So go check her out. Make sure you sub her up and check out her album as well. Echo, it's good to see you. Hobbs, Snooks, Camellia, good to see everybody coming in. Appreciate you all being here. Mary, Rocksteady, good to see you all. Hey, Wingnut, good to see you. Hey, Not Crazy. I saw your cute video of the frog, Not Crazy. It was so cute. I think I might have to attempt it. Thank you to all my mods who are sharing links to content creators who are here in the chat. Make sure you guys sub each other up and support each other. I'm always surprised by how many people aren't connected and subbed. And that's a big part of, just being a part of the community, is going and checking out each other's channels. There are a lot of great content creators in here. So appreciate you all being here. Okay. Hey, Anthony, much love to you. Good to see you. Ozark, I saw you come in earlier. Much love. Good to see you too. Thank you. Snooks also dropped the link there to the Rumble Live. Appreciate that. Hey, Gerald. Okay. Hey, Inferno. Welcome in. The link is pinned at the top of chat. Hey, Jersey Joe. Thanks for listening. Oh, sorry if there's buffering. Yeah, YouTube's been doing that a lot lately for different people at different times. Keep letting me know. I mean, there's not much I can do about it, but it is good to know if things are really wonky. Thank you, Camelia. Hey, Adam, good to see you. Thanks, JM. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. There's a channel I've been talking about. Hey, Carl. The link is pinned at the top of the chat again for anybody who wants to come up to join the conversation. Maybe as we watch this video, you'll get inspired. Hey, big homie. Welcome in. Good to see you. Okay, lots of people. Appreciate you all being here. Okay. This next video is from a channel that I've been sharing out a little bit because I've just really, once I found this channel, I've been really appreciating their videos. They do kind of 10 to 20 minute videos, seem to be their kind of general range of length, which is kind of nice, not too long. And they go over all sorts of different pieces of history. So this is about Operation Mockingbird. And I know a lot of us know about this, but I'm sure there are some that this might be new information for, or just kind of a good reminder, about what our media is really up to. All right, here we go.
Television news in the U.S. first began to take shape in the late 1940s, shortly after World War II, and back then the news felt sacred. Every evening, Americans tuned into the same voices, men like Walter Cronkite, Edward R. Murrow, and Dan Rather, trusted faces who spoke with calm authority. They weren't just reporters, they were the nation's conscience. And when Cronkite said something, people believed it. But what if even that trust was manufactured? What if, behind those polished desks and deep voices, someone else was pulling the strings? Because as we now know, CBS, Time Magazine, and a dozen other outlets were quietly working with the CIA. And it wasn't to keep you safe, it was to shape what you believed. And here's the part no one wants to admit: it didn't stop, it just went digital. Today, the lines between the media and intelligence are more blurred than ever, and it all started with a little-known program called Operation Mockingbird. So if the CIA could control the media during the Cold War, what makes you think they ever gave it up? And when every major outlet pushes the same narrative, is that journalism or something else entirely? Let's try and find out.
Hello, I'm Mike Droberg, Marine Corps veteran and filmmaker, and we will try to answer these questions on today's episode of Forgotten History.
In the wake of World War II, the United States had two things: power and paranoia. The Soviet Union was no longer an ally, it was the enemy. And in Washington, a new kind of warfare was being born: information warfare. Enter the CIA. Formed in 1947 under the National Security Act, the Central Intelligence Agency wasn't just created to gather intelligence, it was built to shape it. Inside this new agency, a man named Frank Wisner was given a blank check to run covert psychological operations. His mission? Make sure the world heard America's version of the truth and silence anything else. Wisner referred to it as his mighty Wurlitzer, a metaphor for a massive instrument that, once played, could make any country dance to America's tune. And how would he play it? Not with tanks or troops, but with journalists. This wasn't a rogue plot. It was the official U.S. policy, signed off at the highest levels. By the early 1950s, Operation Mockingbird was fully operational. Funded through black budgets and hidden accounts, at its peak, the CIA had relationships with over 400 journalists across the globe. And not just reporters, but editors, publishers, broadcasters, and media executives. Some were recruited through back channels. Others didn't even realize who they were working for. And one of their first targets, the Associated Press. Soon the operation expanded to include CBS, Time, Life magazine, Reuters, and even foreign outlets. They weren't reporting the truth. They were reporting what the CIA wanted the world to believe. And the most disturbing part, almost no one questioned it. Many were paid under the table, some in cash, others through lucrative book deals, speaking gigs, or consulting work. And in some cases, the CIA didn't just influence the story, they wrote it themselves. A journalist would receive a pre-written script, already framed with the right political spin. All they had to do was slap their name on it and publish it. And it wasn't just news. Films, magazines, and even academic journals were shaped by CIA talking points. If it could sway public opinion, it was in play. The agency also created entire front organizations, phony press agencies that looked legit but existed solely to pump out US propaganda overseas. And if a journalist refused to play ball, they'd be discredited, blackballed, or quietly replaced. The idea wasn't to control all the media, just enough to guide the narrative domestically and abroad. And it worked. From the Korean War to the Cuban Missile Crisis, from Latin America coups to the jungles of Vietnam. Mockingbird wasn't just a covert program, it was an information war waged on the American people. During Korea, CIA front groups like Radio Free Press Asia flooded the airwaves with horror stories of communist atrocities, many unverified, only to have some of those same stories echoed in Life magazine and CBS broadcasts. In Latin America, the CIA orchestrated coups in Guatemala in 1954 and in Chile in 1973. Major outlets like the New York Times and Time magazine ran editorials framing democratically elected leaders as communist threats. During the Cuban Missile Crisis, selective leaks and scripted fear pieces helped build the narrative of Kennedy's moral high ground while ignoring America's own secret missile deployments in Turkey. And in Vietnam, embedded correspondents often repeated military talking points provided by CIA liaisons, selling the war as winnable, long after it had become a political quagmire. For more than 2 decades, Operation Mockingbird operated in the shadows, completely unknown to the public, until cracks started to form. In the early 1970s, the Vietnam War had collapsed into chaos. Watergate was unraveling the presidency, and Americans were finally asking questions they should have asked years earlier. That pressure led to the creation of the Church Committee in 1975, a Senate investigation led by Democratic Senator Frank Church, tasked with uncovering abuses by the intelligence community. What they found was worse than expected. From illegal surveillance to assassination plots, the CIA was exposed as operating well beyond its charter. They had called them conspiracy theorists until the documents proved they were right. And one of the most disturbing revelations, the CIA had infiltrated the media. Senator Church confirmed that the CIA had secretly placed journalists inside nearly every major news organization, using them to influence domestic and international reporting. The public was shocked, and the CIA promised it would never happen again. And just like that, it was buried. The media moved on, no one was held accountable, and Americans were told to go back to sleep. But there was a problem. No law was passed to stop the CIA from influencing the media. No executive order, no internal purge. Just a quiet promise from an agency built on secrecy. In other words, Mockingbird wasn't shut down. It was renamed, rebranded, modernized. Because by the 1980s and 90s, the CIA didn't need to slip envelopes to journalists anymore. They had built relationships inside corporate newsrooms. They had former agents working as consultants for major networks. And more importantly, the media had become centralized. Fewer companies owned more outlets, less oversight, fewer choices. By the time the 2000s arrived, Mockingbird didn't need to call a newsroom. They could just let the narrative trickle down from the top. And in the age of social media, everything got faster. Leaks, talking points, anonymous sources, they all became tools in a war for control of the public mind. Today, the same intelligence figures who once operated in the shadows are now on TV, telling you what to think. John Brennan, James Clapper, Michael Hayden. All former CIA or NSA, now rebranded as expert commentators. The old tactics were already back. Iraq was sold on lies, yellow cake uranium, aluminum tubes, mobile weapon labs, pushed by anonymous sources and plastered across every major network. Afghanistan was framed as a righteous war on terror, even as it became a 20-year money pit fueled by contractors and false progress reports. And in Ukraine, dissent is once again taboo. The press doesn't ask if we're escalating a proxy war. They ask why you're not on board. Different decade, same script. The CIA didn't need to restart Mockingbird. It just needed a new reason for you to look away. They don't hide it anymore because the public stopped asking hard questions. That is, until 2016. That's when someone came along who didn't trust the press, who didn't play by the rules, and who called the media what it had quietly become, the enemy of the people. When Donald Trump ran for president in 2016, he wasn't just fighting Democrats. He was fighting something older, something deeper. He wasn't a politician. He didn't owe favors to the media. He didn't respect their rules. And worst of all, he called them out. Fake news, corrupt press, enemy of the people. It was a declaration of war against a system that had gone unchecked for decades. And suddenly, the tactics of Operation Mockingbird came roaring back to life. Anonymous sources flooded the headlines. Stories based on leaked intelligence dominated the news cycle. Former CIA directors like John Brennan and Michael Hayden went from silent operatives to loud political pundits, painting Trump as a threat to democracy. The sitting president was accused of being a Russian asset, on the word of unnamed sources from the same agencies that once ran Mockingbird. Major tech platforms began flagging, suppressing, and outright banning dissenting voices. Narratives that challenged the intelligence community's version of events were labeled misinformation. The same journalists who once asked tough questions stopped asking altogether. The old operation was back, this time dressed in hashtags and digital fact checkers. Whether you liked Trump or not, it didn't matter. What mattered was what you weren't allowed to say. You weren't allowed to question who suddenly had the power to silence you. The CIA didn't need to rewrite the playbook. They just needed to reopen it. Operation Mockingbird was never about keeping you safe. It was about keeping you in line. And the most dangerous part? It worked. For decades, people trusted the headlines. They trusted the anchors. They trusted the government to tell you the truth. Today, the same agencies that ran Mockingbird now shape the online world you live in. They don't need to burn books. They just bury stories. So ask yourself, if the press is free, why do they all say the same thing? If the truth is dangerous, who's deciding what you're allowed to hear? So the real question isn't if the media is lying to you. It's how long they've been doing it. Let us know your thoughts on Operation Mockingbird in the comments below.
Thank you for watching.
All right. Again, that was Forgotten History. I'm glad so many of you liked that video too. Yeah, I've really been enjoying their videos, like I said, and I hope you guys will go sub them up and check out more. A lot of really good information there, and I'll continue to be sharing some of their vids here. I like the comment, I don't remember who said it, that it feels like being in a classroom watching a video. It's great. Oh, thanks, Lowry. Benjamin, it's good to see you. Bingnet, thanks for coming up to join.
Yeah, they're just missing the overhead projector.
Right. Yeah, and the big metal cart.
Yep.
Yep. Mike Herrera, see you. Phil, thanks for coming in.
I was going to say, I could have sworn I got hit by a paper airplane in the head.
Right. No passing notes in class. detention. Just kidding. Hey, Mike B, how are you doing? Thanks for coming up. Yeah, there were some comments I wanted to go ahead and kind of go back and highlight. All right, Lowry said, what's funny is that it trickles over into weather reports, cartography, it's everywhere. Yeah, and I do think that it has become that way. You know, well before I was kind of like awake and more aware of what's going on in the world, I did start noticing in my lifetime that the media went from having like an editorial section, you know, in their either in their reports or, you know, on their TV reports or in newspapers. You know, remember those old things? But they'd have like an editorial section, and then the rest was more supposed to be presented as like straight facts, you know, without opinion. And then I realized that it was all becoming much more editorialized. And now, I mean, I don't think there's anything that's not editorialized in reporting. And then B. Taylor had said, or MK Ultra, and I think that they do tie in closely together. Hobbs pointed out it's embedded into everything. Oh yeah, it was Anthony that said it feels like watching a school film. Yeah, and as Wingnut said, they're using legal propaganda on civilians domestically. Yep. Yes. Pretty crazy times we are living in. Any other thoughts up on panel or keep talking in chat? But I thought it was a good overview. Go ahead, Mike. Hey, good to see you, Tom and Magic. Oh, Mike, we heard you for a second and then it cut out.
My internet's been messing up lately. Hey, everybody, how's it going? Hey, Indy, hey, everybody up here and everybody in chat. How y'all doing?
Yeah, doing good. Yeah, a lot of people are having issues with internet, it sounds like. Good to see you, Anti. Thanks for being here. Tom, I saw you come in. Hey, Lady Smith. You know, I think this ties in closely with a lot of what we've been talking about and will continue to talk about for a while. That has to do with like the data collection that's happening with Palantir and bio-tracking, but also with, you know, what's going on right now with Facebook, YouTube specifically, with facial recognition. And right now it's aimed at the youth. You know, we talked about that a lot last week. And right? No phones in class, Mike. And you know, I think it's all like pieces of the bigger picture that's really all about control and surveillance. And you know, part of the way that they've allowed us, or we've allowed things to get to this point, is because we trusted the establishment in so many ways, especially in the news. You know, I think for most of us, you know, we at some point in our lives, we believed what they were sharing was the truth. And hopefully most of us have come to the realization that's not necessarily the case anymore.
Well, I agree with that because what they're doing right now is they're slowly, T is slowly implementing martial law. He did in D.C., he did in New Mexico, Texas, and it's going to New York City. Yeah, it's a slow burn martial law thing. It's going to be slowly. They're going to slowly do that. And when the COVID thing happened, I was ready to fight with my friends, and unfortunately, for some reason, they didn't want to do anything. I had a few of them that did, but there was only like there was three of us. What would three of us do against that? And
well, I get that feeling.
The Deagle report's coming out now too. They want to get rid of more of us now too. It's like,
I have a video about that. That the Deagle report is something that is newer to me. I don't know a ton about that. I think anyway, I have a little video I'll play of that kind of gives a little overview. But yes, I think that I've heard, and it says it in that video too, but I've heard elsewhere that the Deagle report is probably off on the dates because the Deagle report is talking about, you know, this all happening by this year, 2025. But I've heard some people say that it's likely it's been delayed because of different reasons, whether, Trump wasn't part of the plan and that delayed things by having him come into office, even his first term, or there's other reasons too, that COVID didn't go as well as they hoped it would, or for whatever reasons, long-term plans aren't playing out in the right time frame. And I thought that was probably a pretty valid point. But I do
Oh
believe
no, that's gonna happen. That's gonna happen pretty soon. That's pretty much they're gonna get rid of us because of the 2030 thing, the agenda thing. They got to get rid of more of us. And then the thing over in India with the what is it, the Ching
right,
on Ganya thing. They're dropping dead over there, and China they're dropping dead over there too. And it's not like the COVID thing where
Mm-hmm.
where it's bull crap. This thing's real. They're dropping dead. And at first they said that if you get bit by a mosquito, it's by mosquitoes, right?
Well,
you get
there
the
are some
pain.
genetically modified mosquitoes, if that's what you're talking about. You can look up patents by Bill
And,
Gates for
Oh yeah,
those.
and
I know about
ticks.
that's the
And
dude that
ticks,
did that.
yeah,
He did that, and then now they're saying there was no deaths, but now they're saying there's deaths. They're dying over there.
right, Pat.
And they're getting ready to pull something big because our economy, and here's another thing too, our economy, the national debt, $37 trillion, that's fake numbers. It's actually I gotta find that video. Well, I have it. I'm gonna post it on my community page where this other person, it's these economy people, our national debt's over 150 trillion something dollars and going on there. There's no
Good to
paying
see you,
that
Wild
back
Dragon.
whatsoever at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it really does all tie together, and that goes into if they're putting the mRNA and in even things like mosquitoes, but also produce in vaccines for animals that we eat, like beef, and even in deer, in venison, it's a real issue. And it makes me wonder, what is the real purpose of the mRNA? We did talk about that a lot last week, but I do have a follow-up vid we might play that kind of shows a little bit more about what is going on with that. And that the mRNA is being canceled, but then it also, like we talked about last week, it makes me wonder what they have in store, what's coming down the line, what's the next tech going to be, because I don't believe they're really just, letting all of that go to the wayside,
They're not gonna waste anything.
right?
They're gonna. I'm sorry, not waste anything. They're just what they're doing right now is they're doing a smart thing. They're letting all the old people that can fight, that are in know,
Preach, Carol.
they're gonna die off, and
Mm-hmm.
unfortunately everyone's been indoctrinated right now. The kids
Right.
and that, and the ones that can fight like me and that were old school, because me, I pretty much most of us here, I can say that we didn't have the internet. We grew internet
Good to see you,
into the
Cola.
internet
Link is pinned if you want to
and
join.
stuff.
Yeah. Thank you, John. John said, God gave us speech. It was to be free-flowing and in the presence. Man altered it and captured it on stone and paper. We were taught man's ways and not God's. The conflict we struggle with. Yeah, great points there, John.
God also said not to scribe stuff in the stone or make idols or anything.
Right.
This
Yeah. We definitely have our idols. That's for sure. Yeah, I thought you made a good point too, Mike. Sorry, just to tie in with the Mockingbird and everything and control, with schools. There's a lot of indoctrination that's happening in government schools. And, I think we've really noticed that since COVID and when parents got to see more into the classrooms, but also as there's this awakening happening, if you want to term it like that, of people realizing more about what's going on in the world and how it really is run.
Well,
And
and
seeing we can
not
trust
only
schools.
even some like colleges and stuff that get federal funding. It's a big deal, and some of the the professors and what the type of ideology um, that's being promoted more than
Too,
others.
Wild
Anyway,
Dragon. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, and the thing is, all our money is worthless. It's only good as they say it's good. They have the buying power. The only thing that has value, any value, is gold and silver. That will never ever go to zero. And and the thing that scares the crap out of me, right, is and God is a very vengeful God. When they crucified Jesus, when he was dying, he said, "Forgive them, my Father, for they don't not what they do."
Right.
And he did that for us, and oh man, I've done bad things in my life. I mean, I slept with a lot of women. That's about the worst thing I did. But to get to the point where I sinned, we're all sinners, and
Good to see you, Daniel.
it's man. He did that for us. He shed his blood for us. He shed his blood. He died for us. For us. For us.
Right, Echo.
And what do we keep doing? We keep sinning. I'm not trying to go on a preaching thing or anything.
No, you're fine. No, I think that, yeah, I mean, I know not everyone here shares the same, religious beliefs. If you want to, it's hard to talk about religion because I've realized there's so many terms, even ones that I think of as fairly common, like Christianity or Christian, that have so many different connotations based on where you live and who you've been around and, your own experiences. But, I think that many of us have at least a faith in a creator God of some kind. And many of us are Christians and share similar beliefs as well. And yeah, I mean, I think even those who don't seem to share a common faith seem to realize that there's a battle of good versus evil that's going on right now.
Well, here you go. Here you go with the what is it? The people that believe in flat Earth or the round Earth. Okay. Here's the thing. If you don't believe in a creator, the Earth's round. If you believe in a creator, the Earth is flat. And if so forth and so forth is if the Earth is round, okay. What? Show me undoctrinated and untouched footage of water running uphill. Because at some point, if the Earth is round, it has to run uphill at some point. Think about that. All the water, where it is, it runs down to the lowest point and it settles and it stops. There's a firmament as so below, as so above, as so below. That's what it is.
Yep.
Well, it's unfortunately it's not that cut and dry for so many people because like most things, people have different information, I'm not saying you're wrong, but I can't verify that you're right either. And I think that they're about all of that, especially when it comes to flat or globe Earth. I know there are a lot of people who believe in God who do believe that it's a globe. So, we have to be careful about blanket statements, but I do think it's something that a lot of people are starting to question more. And, like everything, we have to question what we've been taught because we've been lied to about so much.
We've been lied to about everything with all the camera lenses and the cameras, and even on the planes. The planes, they have that curvature thing where it looks like the Earth's round. They put that there. They're all part of the. It's messed up. And the thing is, the big thing is we've all been lied to all our lives about everything. Everything they've been lied to, except the Bible. Because with any game, there's rules. We still have the Bible, the biblical instructions before leaving Earth. But the nefarious people, they've been, I'm going to leave it at that for now.
I want to point out this comment here from Twisted. He says, if you alter your DNA, can you even ascend? And, I don't have that answer, Twisted, but I think that, yes, I think it's more about our soul than our DNA. I don't think our DNA is us, is our soul. It's our body. So,
oh no, I can answer. I can answer that. I can answer that question right now. If you no, this is true. If you alter DNA, because well, number one, let's think about this, right? Before all this crap back in the 1800s, before they started giving us the vax and stuff like that, nobody was allergic to anything. We're one big science experiment, and then after that, in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and everything. You're a little baby and you get like 75 different vaccinations and stuff. And then after that, so forth and so on. And then you wonder why all these people come down with cancers and everything. We're one big experiment. And I got to calm down because I get really ticked off about this stuff.
Good to see you, Buff.
With the,
Thanks for being here.
But with the it's crap. I just had a brain for it. Dang it. Oh yeah, with that
Real deal and twisted.
With the DNA and everything, you know. And I'm thinking this happened back in the days of Noah's, because they had Noah. Because look at, you know, and I think we still had this technology back then too, and they're not telling us that. They're like I said, they're lying to us. Because look at this, Nostradamus. He had a scrying mirror. Think about that. Maybe he found the cell phone that still had a charge on it. And he found Hitler, and he called it Hitler. That's what he called it, Hitler. Back then with Hitler, with everything. But to make a long story longer here, it's we've all been lied to. We've all been lied to. We've all been lied to, and like all I can say is just be ready, because they're seeing that thing in November. It was October,
Like
now it's November. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I was just commenting to Twisted. He said, I know we are in serious times, but I focus on the good. And I do think that's important to do as well.
Yeah, and the price, look, and the tariffs, look, people don't realize, you know, they think the tariffs are in place right now. They're there to a point. But the thing is, my dad, I love my dad, but he's an idiot when it comes to stuff. But when it comes to certain stuff, but the thing is, okay, his coffee was $8. Then it went up to 18. Then it was up to 25. And he's, you know, he's in the know with certain stuff. And when the tariffs finally get into effect, his coffee, one regular thing of Maxwell House coffee, that's going to cost him 50 something bucks.
Right.
For that. 50 something bucks. And why do you think, you know, who is putting all that stuff in Washington, D.C.? Because people are going to finally realize that they got effed, and they can't live. They're not going to be afford to eat or live or even pay their rent. There's people right now that have $1,000 freaking electric bills.
Right. Okay, I want to get some thoughts from some others of you that are up here. And V, thanks for coming up. The question was, if you alter your DNA, can you ascend?
No, you can't.
My honest opinion is no. Well, because I think if you're no longer natural, you know, I don't think your soul will be. I don't think you'll. I don't because you'll be basically altered to synthetic. You know, basically, and I think that would. I don't think you can redeem your soul that way. If you know what I'm saying, but that's all. That's all conjecture, I guess you'll call it.
Right.
Yeah, very, very difficult to prove one way or the other.
That's right, sure. Exactly. I was going to say, I think it's all conjecture when it comes to something like this, because, you know, I don't think there's anything specific that tells us something like that in the Bible, you know, if the Bible could not have been altered.
Well, you think about
something in the Bible.
Good to see you.
Actually, it does say something in the Bible about that. It does say something in the Bible about that. They say people, men and women, will want to die and they can't die. They're going to be transformed, and that's the thing. We're going to bed with the thing with the vaxes and stuff, and some people, I don't know how this is going to play out, but it says in the Bible, people will pray to die and they will not be able to die.
It does say that in the Bible, and I can see where you're going as far as if that's because people have become transhuman in one way, shape, or form, whether it's through DNA being CRISPR'd from gene therapies, or whether it's the Neuralink or something, you know, biometric tracking, things like that. I think there's a lot of ways that it could play out, and that could lead to those things. But I also think that could still be a long ways off, you know?
Well, look at Elon Musk right now. I'll still say this to this day. once he got that, whatever he did to himself, that BioLink or whatever it is, he hasn't been the same ever since. He hasn't been.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Elon Musk, once he got that link, the Neuralink, after that he's never been the same ever since. Look at him. He's a drooling
Is
idiot.
it verified that he has it? That you mean Elon himself?
Yeah.
Good to see you, SynthWorks. Thanks for being here. I didn't know that he'd said that he'd gotten it. I mean, I know I've heard people guess that maybe he did.
No. He ended up getting it, and then you look at the videos from before and look at him the videos now. He's not there. He's not there. He's messed up in the head.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'd have to look into that more and see if because I just haven't heard that he's gotten it himself. I know they have started putting it in humans. But I haven't really heard much update on how that's going, to be honest.
Me neither. And a quick Google search says that there's no public information or official reports indicating that he received a Neuralink implant.
Right. I have heard that theory, but I don't think we can verify it yet.
No.
As far as DNA being altered, I really, like I said, I think it comes down to the soul for salvation, and I think that through God all things are possible. So if you choose the mark of the beast, I know then the Bible says that you will not be in heaven. But I think if it is forced upon you, even, or if it is something like, if it's in our chemtrails and our food, you know what I mean? If it's something like that, I can't imagine that the God I know would be like, well, you're all screwed because you happen to live in this time that I created you in, and you had no control over it.
Oh no,
to me,
no,
it's
no.
about the choice.
It doesn't work like that. You have to with the mark of the beast. You have to willingly take that. You have to willingly know that, and you have to willingly take that. And you do have a choice.
Well,
you have a choice to do that.
I don't know. There's different information about that. Some people think that it is a choice for each person. Others think it will be forced on some, and that's what I mean. I either way, if it's being forced, if it ends up something that is forced on people and the choice is removed, like actual choice, not mandate. Everybody still had choices about mandates. You might have felt forced and you were coerced, but nobody. Well, actually, that's not totally true. I know that there were some people in some other countries, and even a few here, that were forced, like held down and forced for different reasons to get the jabs. But for the most part, people were not actually literally forced. If people are literally forced to get the mark of the beast, then I feel like there's got to be some loophole by God about it. And, I, like we were saying, there's no way of really knowing one way or the other, but that's just not the God I know,
Well,
Virginia,
like me,
what are your guys' thoughts on this?
Well, like me is I always say with me is I will never
Glad you are.
I'll never surrender on my knees. The only time I get on my knees is to pray to the Father. I will die standing up. They're gonna have to take me.
I don't think that it can be. I don't think that the soul can be altered through DNA. I hope not.
I'm with you, Indy. There are things that might happen to our physical bodies, or being forced to consume these things through food, or forced to take them, or some kind of lack of choice. But I think the body and soul are separate. I don't think that, my understanding is taking the mark is a willful choice. You know what I mean?
Right. I hope so.
Well, the thing is, I keep telling you all about Jordy Rose. Jordy Rose, he is gonna make the robots that are indistinguishable from humans, and that he's physically talking to the bad people,
I think it might be that too, Gma.
the demons and stuff, the D-Wave, and that from back, he's doing that right now, and they're what they're showing you right now. They're light wave. What's the word? They're way ahead of the game. compared to,
Right.
I'm gonna mute. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
Okay. All right. What are your thoughts?
Make sure you mute while you go to the bathroom. What was the question? I'm sorry, my brain's kind of in a million
No,
places.
that's okay. We were talking about whether you can ascend if you have your DNA changed. If here, let me highlight it again there. If you alter your DNA, can you even ascend?
I would like to think so. It just depends.
Mhm.
I don't know. I guess I don't know. I would like to, like you said. I mean, I would like to think so. The God that I think that I serve, I would like to think so.
Right.
I don't know. I just try to. End of the day, I just try to do more right. Try to offset some of the wrongs that I personally did. Hopefully that'll mean something. If
Love that,
not, then
John.
whatever's meant to be will be.
Right.
Because I mean, it'll
I'll
start.
accept it either way.
It'll start with like little things like into the cybernetics type of scenario. They'll try and make the robots more commonplace. They'll probably put them in the police department and stuff like the military and stuff like that first, and then try and get them in the homes and stuff to be like monitors and stuff. But
I
and
hope
then
so,
and
Phil.
but then when it comes down to like cybernetics of like mixing that with the body, that's like some of the next steps, also, and it has to start internally. I mean, it's like, maybe that's just preparing or whatever,
Right.
for future things. Cause I mean, think about it. It's like even that, some of that's, the nano technology, some of this can be remotely controlled, so, and then it can replicate and and all that stuff inside the body. And, and then you start getting into like this whole, you look at how prosthetics right now are getting pretty freaking cool. You know what I mean? There's, like hands and arms and legs and stuff like that. I mean,
Right.
what if it became like a fashion? You know, some people are just like so disgusted with themselves. You see what they do with themselves now,
Well,
and
also,
then they're
as they're
like,
making the technology for like different kinds of hands and prosthetics, I could see it going that direction where people would maybe opt for it if they get that advanced, which I think they will.
oh,
I
I
mean,
mean,
it's
you think about it. It's like,
crazy,
okay,
but
it's like hell. I want robotic arms. You know what I mean?
right.
You know what I mean? And whatever, it's like, and then that, just going out there and get that surgical procedure done, just get your arm lobbed off and this really cool up to date freaking thing. And
Right,
it'd
We'll
be
have to
like,
Phil?
get the Doc Ock upgrades.
right. You know what I'm saying? So, I mean, you think about it, and then they talk about transferring consciousness into a robot,
You
so
see,
in a sense, you would not die in a way. So, I
I
mean,
hope not.
if you went that far, do you really think you'll still be able to ascend in that realm?
I really, to me, it's, we're all sinners. The Bible says there's not really many sins that are different than any others as far as like ranking sins.
Right.
So, I think,
Okay.
yeah, I really do think that, up until the last breath, you have the chance to accept Christ as your savior. And the whole point of Jesus dying on the cross and being the sacrificial lamb, I know that's not, for those who might not believe, that might seem like a weird term, but based on like the law, it has a lot to do with sacrifice. That's why there's so much power in human sacrifice that's still used by evil today.
Mhm.
It's just that is part of the law that is, the old law that's in the Old Testament, and from, I think, before that was, well before that was written. But Jesus fulfilled that for us. If you think of it like heaven and, God, if you think of it as a being, but almost think of God, God is inside all time and at all times, and everything. And it's like, you have to think of God bigger than we typically tend to think of God. But if God is everything, and in order to become a part of God, we have to be perfect like God, which we can't be, then when Jesus died and paid that price, he fulfilled that sacrifice because he was both God, perfect, and human man. And then if we accept that, it doesn't matter what we've done. That's the whole point. We can't be saved through our own works. We can only be saved through our faith in Jesus. That's my personal belief. And, that's what I
only
mean
through
when I say I'm a
Jesus.
Christian.
So
So,
it's only.
hey,
Sorry.
Frank, good to see you. Hold
Yeah,
on one second, Mike.
what's going on, guys?
So good. Glad you're up here, Frank. Let me just finish this thought and we'll go to you next, Frank. But yeah, so I think if you're looking at that, and that's kind of, I think that's a pretty common foundational belief of Christians, whether you call yourself a Catholic or even a Mormon or, any denomination. I really think a lot of that is just more about divide and conquer and corruption within the church itself. Good to see you, Yorka baby. But I don't think that altering DNA or becoming transhuman, unless it is the actual mark of the beast, is something that's going to be able to separate us from God either. That was kind of a longer, went on about it a little longer than I meant to. Sorry, but that's my thoughts.
Any, no need to be sorry at all. Don't worry about that. It's great what you said.
Right, and I agree. If it's unwilling, it's probably not going to be considered by God the same way. But I'm not God, All right, Frank, what are your thoughts on all this? You kind of jumped in. Did you hear what we were talking about?
Oh yeah. I have a lot of thoughts, especially after reading the Bible. I don't know how many of you actually read the Bible.
Yeah.
Some of the strongest believers don't read the Bible. In the end, very few people even make it to heaven.
Well, it says it's the narrow path, and few will choose it.
Yeah.
Well, and Jesus said that it'd be
In the mountains, Shelby.
harder for a rich person to get to heaven through a needlehead or something like that. I remember that.
Right. It's easier. What is it? It's harder for a rich man. No, it's easier for a rich man to go through the eye of a. Oh no, sorry. It's what is it? It's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the gates of heaven, the kingdom of heaven. Something along those lines. I'm paraphrasing, but I think I got there.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
I have heard though, and I don't know if this is true, but I've heard that the eye of a needle is actually, it's different than what we think of it is, because the eye of the needle, we think of like a small sewing needle, which of course would mean it was then impossible for a rich man to enter the gates of heaven. But that there's actually something that was called the eye of a needle. It was much bigger than that. In, I don't know, ancient history. So that might not exactly mean what we think it means, but I think the takeaway is the same.
It's the same, yeah.
Some people think by just having Jesus as your Lord and Savior is a way into heaven, but it's not.
What do you think needs to be?
As far as the Bible is concerned, as far as the Bible, Jesus says himself in Matthew 7, "Not all who come to in my name and enters the kingdom of heaven. If you're not doing the will of the Father, I never knew you." So that's why even a lot of Christians don't even get it to heaven. My question is this: what if God is something completely different? Or maybe there is no God. And I'm not saying either one, but I'm saying it could be something different than the Bible, because the Bible has so many contradictions in it. And I mean, God says not to kill, right? Do not kill. You definitely shouldn't kill anybody. But in Ezekiel, he's telling Ezekiel to go out into the town and kill all the women, the children. Don't leave a seed unturned. Kill them all.
Right.
Like he's a mob boss.
There are differences too, though, between murder and kill, and that's where I think the Bible sometimes it's kind of a lost in translation.
Right.
I do believe that the Holy Spirit speaks to believers through the Bible, just like he speaks to us in many different ways, dreams, visions. speaking in tongues, but there's a lot of different ways, but through each other. But I think it's really the Holy Spirit that we hear sometimes a message from. And that's why our point of view too, our perspective changes at different points. We could read the same scripture at one point in our life and read it again years later and have a totally different takeaway.
Right.
And that's part of where it's hard to say, what the ultimate truth is, because we have to have faith.
Yeah, you do. But let me
and
ask
he'll know us by our fruits
let
and
me,
works.
let me ask you this. Do you think that you have better morals than the God in the Bible?
Do I think that I have better morals than God? No, of course not.
As far I can prove that you do. What if God told you to kill a child or kill children, kill everybody? Would you do it?
That is one of the hardest things, because there's that story of Abraham and Isaac. That's one of the hardest things for me to wrap my mind around.
Exactly.
And
Me too.
One of those things I would definitely be asking God about in heaven.
Well, I mean, if he asked you to do it, would you do it?
Would I kill my kids? No, I can't foresee myself ever coming to a point
or killing any kid, right? Or killing any kid for that matter. So
no,
I don't think that God actually said
but
that.
right. Well, if he did, he also stopped it from happening. Within that example, he asked Abraham to sacrifice his son, but it was symbolic of something else, and it was
I'm talking
test.
about when he told Ezekiel to slaughter the whole town, and he did.
Well, and there's also, there's also things about the Passover. I mean, how many people died in the Passover?
Yeah.
But I've got to trust that there's some justice behind all of that.
Slavery.
And my question is right now think about this, right? He did all that stuff back then. Where's God right now?
Who knows?
He did all that stuff back then. He talked to everybody, and it's been years and years. It's been thousands of years. Where is he? Where is he right now?
Where is he now? Where is he now? And like I said, I'm not saying I don't believe in God, but I'm not saying I do either, because I really truthfully don't know. After reading the Bible, I don't know. I think it's possible that a man wrote the book, that maybe God is something else. Who knows? But there was parts of the Bible that were taken out. I was actually brought to God through Enoch. Do you know who Enoch is?
Yes.
Enoch.
I have not read all of Enoch. I've only read the very beginning, but I know a little bit about it.
But if you read the Bible, he's like, the only thing that's said in the Bible is that he walked with God, and God, took him. He didn't have to die to go to heaven. So that's why I questioned him. Like, well, if he was one of God's favorite people, why wasn't there a book in there? So then they say the book of Enoch was taken out. And I've read the book of Enoch, and it's just a lot of.
Look at Satan. Look at Satan. He was cast out of heaven. I mean, Lucifer. In the Bible, it was called Lucifer. He was cast out of heaven because he was jealous that God loved us more than he did. And we're in the boat right now where we are right now because of that.
Yeah. And we have to be born in sin because of that. That's not right. I don't think that's right, that we're born in sin, but for something that Satan did. And then let's just send Satan to the people to mess with everybody. I don't think an all-loving God would do that. And that's why I question it.
I don't think there's anything wrong with questioning it, and I don't have all the answers. That's for sure.
I don't either.
But if God is a God worth worshiping, then he's a God worth questioning as well, in my opinion.
Of course. And that book was written and handed down how many thousands of years, and rewritten, and people putting stuff in it and taking stuff out.
But then again, the thing with that is it's been changed with the Mandela effect too. Instead of the lamb and the lion, now it's another thing. It's messed up with the Mandela effect.
Yeah, and like I was saying, what about slavery? In the there's not one part of the Bible where it says that you should not own another person. It doesn't say slavery is wrong. Not even once. It says,
that's why I say with JFK, because I thought the Mandela effect. I thought the Mandela effect was messed up. Okay, I thought it was bullcrap until I went back to watch the JFK when he got shot.
Yeah,
It was always 4 people in the car. Now there's 6 people in the car.
Yeah.
Well, there is something too to be said about the idea that we might be in what's called Satan's little season. And I am not a Bible scholar by any means, but basically it says it, from what I understand of that idea, it's that we're already past the point of the rapture and all of that, and we're now living in the time that Satan is in control.
Indy, I gotta tell you, I do gotta say this. People are gonna get pissed off at me, but there is gonna be no rapture. There's gonna be no rapture at all. That was a made up term from somebody else, and that God let his son come down here. Let his son come down here and be sacrificed for all of us, for all our sins. There's no raptures. God's not gonna pull us out. He's not gonna pull us out. We're gonna have to endure. We're gonna have to endure.
To talk on that MK Ultra scenario or whatever you want to call it, or any of that stuff, or that you look at like all this AI crap that's being pushed onto some of the social media platforms and stuff. It's all AI generated. And some of them is like the whole video is nothing but, and then some of it's just crap.
Very twisted.
I start thinking about how much stuff is out there that's going to be portrayed because it looks so good as real stuff.
Exactly.
And this is the problem also, because then that's like it plays into the media scenario where that's being basically a state-funded CIA operation to push propaganda on the American people. So I mean, you start adding this AI stuff, and then some of the biggest corporations out there have got the quantum computers, and the type of stuff they're going to end up doing.
Quantum computers that Geordie Rhodes created, which technically is it's AI from not AI, is they're talking to interdimensional beings, and that's what it is. They have to be cold and stuff. Instead of using a Ouija board or anything like that, they can talk to them constantly over that fucking shit, and it's not good. And I'm gonna say about that.
I wanted to chime in real fast, just on the idea of Lucifer, the morning light, Satan's role. What is it to have an experience? In other words, if you didn't have any friction to have an experience, would this be a living experience? And I've always asked that question. It's like, why? Look at Job, the excellent example. It's like he was allowed to completely muck up a man's life, and it turned around in that story that he turned out with a better life. Well, what was wrong with his former life? I go through these philosophical questions every day. I'm like, is his role? I say his role, as in Lucifer, morning light, to go around and muck up things, to generate an experience, which is a shared experience, I think, for all of us. And like that's my bit. There you go.
Good to see you, Josh.
So Lowry,
did that go through? I don't know.
Yeah, no, I think those are some good thoughts, Lowry. I don't know, you guys. I mean, I think we're going into some pretty heavy thoughts, and I appreciate people being up here for the conversation and all the thoughts being shared in chat as well.
Well, yeah, you have a sense of like, I don't want to use the old yin and yang, because then you get caught in a dichotomy trap there. But like, if you had everything you wanted and you keep getting everything you wanted, eventually you keep looking for another experience to one up the experience you're already having. And I've always felt that for good or bad, whatever you want to think about Satan, he's the opposite of truth. He's a murderer and opposite of truth. That's just what he is. And then what you have is what kind of experience do you want to have? Because eventually you would get tired of having everything you wanted all the time. And then you go down that rabbit hole where you're like, well, I've done everything. You know, I invented flying things, and I had all the money in the world, and I had all this. You'd still get bored, you know. And there's this cycle that happens, and I think that, you know, Lucifer, Satan, whatever name you want to give that character in the yin and yang perspective, is there to provide that friction. And you know, most of us want to live a good life and be good to each other. You know, and that some people apparently in some sort of karma aspect or something have to wash that karma off, and maybe that's what his role is. You know, I that's the best I can make of it.
You know why the grass is always greener on the other side, right?
Well, it's always over
Why?
there.
Well, you know why it's always greener is because it's fertilized with bullshit.
That ties in really well with the little video I'm going to play in a minute. But I don't want to totally take away from this conversation because I'm actually really enjoying hearing people's thoughts.
Yeah, but the best thing, listen to Paul Harvey. If I were the devil, the best thing the devil did was tell everybody he doesn't exist.
Right.
Oh yeah,
Yeah, I
he's
mean,
there.
how many, you know, I grew up in the church and learning about, you know, reading from the Bible and learning about biblical stories. And, you know, I was always taught that Satan was real, but I was never really made to understand what that really means.
Because
He is,
nobody knows.
well, I don't know. I think it's kind of obvious, isn't it? I mean, he's after us at all times.
I don't
Like,
mean to, I don't mean to interrupt, but did you hear about the drilling expedition back in
Mystery
Russia?
Rabbit.
I think it was like in the early 80s or late 90s or something like that. And
About
they
about what did you say in Russia, Mike?
a drilling operation.
Is it
And
like
they
underground bases are you talking about, or drilling
no
for
no
roads, or
they were just
drilling for
drilling.
oil?
They were just drilling to find stuff, and then they kept drilling. They look it up, and then they drove so far down, it scared the living shit out of everybody, because all they heard after when they got so far down the feet, they heard people screaming, people in agony, and they just what they did is they buried that hole up and they abandoned it. So they don't know if it was people that were burning in hell or something like so above, so below. But and that happened. It was I think it was the 90s, the late 90s or something. But yeah, they abandoned that stuff, and it's like ugh. They heard people in agony down there.
Well, I mean, there are a lot of different theories about what's inside the Earth. You know, there's hollow Earth theory. There's theories about Agartha being inside the Earth. You know, there's theories about it being all, you know, man-made, but possibly added onto from previous civilizations before us. You know,
Yeah, that
I
hole could have parked right into like the damn, the interstate. You know, it's like what the fuck? They were just hearing all the traffic.
like that, Josh.
Yeah.
What
Josh says, once you close your mind to things you cannot see, you will never feel. I like that because I'm definitely trying to keep an open mind, you know,
me
and
too.
that's part of why it's hard to, you know, I think most of us here are, you know, I think a lot of us are able to kind of think of things in terms of different possibilities rather than a certainty. And honestly, when I hear people say things with so much certainty, it makes me kind of question whether they've really looked into some other options, because it's really, at least for myself right now, it's very difficult to be 100% certain about much of anything,
Right.
you know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even the story of Jesus, that blows me away, because that story goes back way before Jesus.
Right.
The god Horus, remember him? You ever hear of Horus?
Yeah.
Way before Jesus. He was born of a virgin, he was crucified, and he was resurrected. Same with Krishna. That was before Jesus's time. He was born of a virgin, he was crucified, and he was resurrected. And then in the Bible, 400 years later, they stuck it in the Bible. So everything's questionable. everything. And I'm not saying he doesn't exist, but I'm not saying he does either.
Love you, Twisted, and glad you're here with us talking.
That's a good name for it, Twisted.
Oh,
I feel like I'm in limbo.
Here's the story.
Well, some people believe that too, that we are in limbo. I mean, it's another possibility. That's kind of similar to the idea of Satan's little season as well.
Yeah,
here's the story. I gotta say. So, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, okay, that's okay. I just said if you believe that, that's all.
I remember back in it was 1998. Sam Kinison, the comedian, right? He did everything. You know who Sam Kinison is, right?
Yeah.
It was a car accident with him. Something happened, right? And he's there. He's sitting there talking to his brother, and he's dying. And his brother said Sam Kinison he looked right through looked through himself. He was like talking to somebody else.
Good to see you, Isabella.
Part what?
Keep going.
Oh, okay. He looked. He said, and the same Kinison. He said, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." And then he said, "Okay," and then he died. And he looked through his brother. And then the messed up thing is too, he wasn't high or nothing. He was sober in that, and the other dude that hit him was a freaking drunk dude with a truck. And then it was messed up. But his brother said he saw something. He looked right. He said you get looked up on YouTube. It says he says that he looked right through me, and he was talking to somebody else. He says, "I don't want to die. I don't want to die." And then he did what he did.
Synthworks brings up a good point here. He says the Vatican has hidden the truth under lock and key in the vaults. One has to ask why. Yeah, I mean, and that's on a grand scale. That we know there's so much in the libraries there, and then also information that was lost, through the burning of libraries in the past. Hold on one second, Mike. Hold on one second. But I think that also ties into what we're seeing right now, even online with censorship and with the freedom of speech being challenged in so many ways, and where we've eliminated so much of the public square where people would have these conversations, that we're now moving, and in a lot of ways, COVID worked to do that for a lot of us. We came online and we spend more time online, and we're meeting and communing with people across the world, which has a lot of positivity, but it also reveals all of the questions about what truths are out there, but it also makes it harder to know what is true, There's some people I haven't heard much from. I want to give everybody a chance. Watt.
That's why I started with the Vatican.
Present. Hold on, Mike. Watt, Virginia.
Present.
Wingnet, any thoughts on these things? Jam?
I thought you were doing roll call.
I'm just trying to pass the content.
I'm over here.
I know it was in your Discord, but I think it might have been you that posted the video. I watched some of it. I saved it to go back and watch the rest of it. But it was where I think so many words have disappeared from the language. Was that you that posted that video?
No, but I did see one about how, and I agree that language is being altered. We're watching that happen. But no, I didn't post that, but I did see it.
Okay. I think it was in your Discord. I don't know. I have to go back and look at it. But it was a guy, I guess he kind of did his own research and was showing where it was thousands of different words, but it was interesting because a lot of them were tied to certain themes. I can't remember exactly what those themes were, but yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think integrity was one of the words that was mentioned specifically in the video. But yeah, he was saying that there's basically like algorithms at place that are actually like looking at certain words and downplaying them.
Yeah.
So videos or articles that contain them are being, not as promoted as much. And it's a way of kind of dumbing down our language.
Dumbing down, yeah.
Yeah, very Orwellian. Buzz, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. I am live over on Rumble as well, and I'm doing a horrible job of following the chat over there. So I will try to keep checking in over
All right,
there.
I'm out of here. I'm going to Rumble.
Hanging out. And I do want to also say, Snooks, thank you for my first, I think it's called a Rumble rant. I like a super chat over on Rumble. And she says, if you're watching, please hit the like, follow, share out, and join in the chat. Thank you, Snooks. Appreciate you. And thank you for your support.
Yeah.
Thanks for my mods that are over there helping out too. I appreciate you. Oh, and Hobbs says the video stream is a lot sharper over on Rumble. Good to know. Yeah. Be interesting. I'll go back and have to check these out later.
And I think it is a great idea for everybody to go over and check out Indy's Rumble channel, because if the YouTube stream ever did get shut down, she'll just keep going on Rumble.
Right.
We can quick switch.
Yeah, and censorship is definitely not as much of an issue over on Rumble. There's also, I've been doing the backstage speakeasy where I share things that we can't share, whether for copyright issues or security reasons on YouTube. But some of that I might start doing. I'll still be doing the backstage speakeasies, but like I have been. But I think I'll also be doing some of those things over on Rumble that I can do, so that we can kind of have the chat open and have it be more public over there too. I don't know if anybody said that, Nana. If I missed it, if they did. I think we all agree that Satan does exist.
I don't know.
Or at least evil.
I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay. Well, there you go.
But I'm not saying
frank.
I don't either. I'm just saying I think people are either good or bad or do bad things. We're supposed to have free will, right? So I don't know. I don't know if the devil exists. I don't know if God exists. And if God does exist, I hope it's not the God of the Bible, especially after reading the whole thing, because it scares the shit out of me. Excuse my language, but it's just too much contradictions in there that's
put the fear of God in them.
See, but I think a lot of it's been altered by the church and by people's own interpretations. A lot of times when you go to churches, at least I can speak for different denominations of Christian churches, and I'm sure this is probably true, I would think, in all religions, really. The churches are people that are deciphering the Bible, and they're telling their own views, or they're using a curriculum, basically a program that somebody else wrote to teach from. And that, to me, is not... I can't say that's wrong. I think that's good to be studying. It's, that's kind of what we do here. We all have different opinions. We bring to the table what we have and our own thoughts and ideas and things we've learned, and we discuss it. I think that's a good thing. But when someone is teaching in a church, I think they should be teaching from the main doctrine, which in this case would be the Bible. And if they're adding their own things to it, it's hard to know to trust it. And again, I think that's where the Holy Spirit and discernment comes into play.
Supposedly Satan knows the Bible better than all of us.
Yeah.
Right. Sure.
Who's to say his hand wasn't in it? Who's
that what wasn't in it?
His hand. Who's to say he didn't put stuff in it to mess with everybody?
I think that's one of the, I get what you're saying, because how do we know that it hasn't been altered? And if it has been altered, I do think it would be by Satan's hand. So, it's hard to know what to believe about that. What I can say for myself in questioning that, because I don't have the answer. I can't say I 100% believe every word in the Bible is accurate, because I don't know how it's been changed and altered. And I also have a hard time knowing which books that have been removed are also valid at this point. But I do know what I've experienced in communication directly from God to me. And, that's something that's very personal and different for each person. I also think that could be why there's so many parallels and stories between different religions and different times, is that I think there's whatever creator God is, whether it's the God of the Bible or a different creator God, I think that God is communicating to each and every one of us and reaching out to each and every one of us. I do believe there's ultimate truth. I don't believe that, every religion has it right somehow at the same time, but I think there could be truth in each of those religions and that lead to the actual truth. Does that make sense?
It could be, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure it does.
Yeah.
What is the best question you've ever been asked?
That's a good question.
Yeah, the question you just asked right now.
Right? I don't know how to answer that.
You know, all my years of praying and getting on my knees and begging God to communicate with me, I've never heard anything. It's always just me begging for him to communicate with me. I don't get stuff coming in, you know, like, here, do this, don't do that. I don't get any of that. When people say you have a personal relationship with God, I don't hear anything.
Nothing. You gotta turn that dial and find the right frequency.
No, what dial? What dial? I'm begging for him to communicate. If he wants to communicate, if he wants him to be known to me, he could slap me.
So Frank, you've never, maybe it's the way you're perceiving hearing him, but I'm curious about this.
I can speak to that.
I will say, hold on one second. I will, and then Lowry, I'll go to you, and then Josh, I'll go to you. Thanks for coming up. But for me, Frank, I've heard him in different ways. One time I've heard an audible voice, only once. And I have never spoken in tongues per se, but I have been able to speak in Spanish much better than I should be able to, because my Spanish is not that great. 2 times I've been able to speak very fluidly in Spanish without having to think about it. And I understood exactly what the other person was saying to me. I don't think that's the same as speaking in tongues, but it definitely felt and seemed like a spiritual intervention in those moments. I've also, I've shared some of these stories before, but I've had different visions and dreams, either waking or sleeping, that I feel are communication with God. But mostly when I say I hear from God, it's through what I call discernment. And it's through that, what a lot of us call intuition, I think, is often discernment.
How do you know that's not you just telling yourself that?
So,
how do you know that?
Because there's a different quality to it. And if you've never experienced it, then I can understand why you wouldn't know. And I'm not judging by any means. I think keep seeking until you do. Yeah. I grew up in the church from the time I was 8. I went to church every Sunday with my parents. I liked church. I really enjoyed mine. I had a lot of really good friends there, so I always enjoyed going. But when I went, and there were things I didn't like about church too. It was very hypocritical in a lot of ways. Like my family screamed and yelled a lot at home. I have 3 older brothers. It was rough and tumble, lots of a very functional, dysfunctional family in a lot of ways. But when we went to church, you put on your best clothes and you put on your happy face and you tone down all of that, and so that wasn't authentic. There's, there were things that weren't perfect about my church, but I had a lot of things I liked about it. Anyway, my point was I went there from the time I was 8, and I considered myself a believer, because that's what I grew up in. I grew up believing it. But it wasn't until I was 13 that I really had my first spiritual encounter with God, when I really first felt God communicate directly to me. And that, I didn't even realize that I'd been missing that until I did experience it. So I think it's actually a point in the right direction that you already know that you haven't experienced it if you haven't. And the Bible says to keep seeking it,
A lot of people don't experience it.
Right. I know. There's been others that have come up here and said the same thing. Yeah, so I know that's true.
I'm not saying that it's not possible. I'm just saying that why wouldn't God want to communicate with me if I'm begging with tears going down my face and on my knees?
I see it, Isabella.
To me, it's just he's not even listening to me. That's how I feel. Like I don't even deserve him. I feel like sometimes, like people say that they're filled with the Holy Spirit. They could feel all that. I don't feel anything. I want to though.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want to feel all that. I want to be able to believe. But
that's kind of heartbreaking for me, honestly. And I hope you take that as intended. I really hope that you do keep seeking and that you are able to get to that point. I'm not God. I don't know why that would be the case, but I hope you'll keep seeking because I want you to experience that,
I don't know where to go anymore. How far do I go? I read the Bible twice, cover to cover, where else do you go? Where else do I go? If I'm looking to talk to him and communicate with him and I'm not getting it's not like we're communicating right now. That's to me a communication. He ain't coming and talking to me because I don't hear it. And I'm not saying he doesn't exist. So maybe God is something different. Maybe it's not the Christian God. Maybe he's just God, and there is no Bible. Maybe when we die, we all, I don't know, who knows? None of us know. But so like I said, I'm not trying to be an atheist, but I don't know. I was in the psychic field for 15 years as a tarot card reader and
see you, Cassie.
And a Reiki master. And all I was doing was trying to come up with things to tell people. I felt like I was bullshitting people.
When you did that, I'm curious, did you ever feel a communication from anything during that time?
Nothing, not a thing. Not a thing.
Okay.
Not a thing. And now I don't believe in any of it. And plus, I've done the research. There's not a psychic on the planet that has found a missing child or anything like that. Doesn't exist. So I know that that's not real. People, I know how to read a person. Psychic, they ask questions. Questions to.
What is reality?
Who knows? I don't know what reality is. I couldn't answer that question.
Josh, I want to give you a chance to talk. Thanks for coming up and joining us. How are you doing?
I'm good. Long-time listener, first-time caller.
Yeah. Right? I'm really glad that you're up here. I've known you for a long time, but I don't think we've ever been on panels at the same time.
Well, this topic is kind of a hotbed. I get it.
Yeah, for sure.
It's really like when you say you have a conversation with God. I don't know the gentleman that was speaking there, but when you say you have a conversation, you've been taught your whole life that conversations have to be two ways. They do not. For you to have a conversation with God and for him to listen, all you've got to do is speak it. Speak it from your heart. Speak it from truth. He'll listen. Now, does that mean that he's going to make your life better? No. He might open a door that you don't even realize is opening. It's not. It's very subtle for most, and sometimes they just never receive the epiphany moment. I have received that in my life. I grew up in the Mormon church from birth. I'm not a member of any church now because it's just not the right way for me. More power to them, though. Mm-hmm. You live your life, and the things that we say, wow, that's a very strange coincidence. That ain't coincidence. That could be the door opening that you're thinking. It's like, man, I ain't seen this guy in 20 years, but I run into him in a place you'd never think of it, and you're like, why did that happen? You got to ask yourself, why do things happen that happen to us that is very easy to be explained by coincidence or chance or happenstance, but that's not it. Now, the only reason I come from this is because of my story and what God has shown me and given to me and blessed me with. So I don't come as a someone of faith. I just know because I'd tell the story, but we ain't got enough time here for that. But if we ever go backstage, I'll let you in on the story. So the whole thing about Satan and names and books and temples and all of that, it boils down to one thing: light and dark.
Right.
I agree. If you are a person of the light, which means you want to be a good human being and you love all humans and they all deserve whatever they get in life from their free will choices, that's fine. It's not for us to say what they should do or how they should be judged or what we should do to them. And trust me, I want to rip fingernails out of humans just as much as the next guy when I hear some of the stories of this earth. But it really is up to the person. I mean, if you think you're not hearing, stop listening with your ears. If you can't hear it, don't put an earthly bound on what you're trying to hear. Just
copy
get
that.
out of the static. Go listen. Go to it. All right. Continue on.
Yeah.
Hi,
Thank you. No, Josh, thanks for clearing your thoughts.
Yeah.
What was that, Nico?
Yep.
Listen and silent are spelled with the same letters.
I like that.
Yeah. And there was I was going to just speak to it real quickly. There's never been like whatever the greater thing is that we're talking about here. I've never had words. I never had an actual encounter, or I didn't have any of that. It's like the conversation was so nuanced because you had to learn how to read it moving forward into your path, and you'd find out like 2-3 days later, if you remembered what you asked for 2-3 days before, something would pop up, and if you remembered what you asked for, it would show up. It was weird for me because like I've never had any supernatural experience with speaking with angels or gods or anything like that. Nothing.
Good to see
But
you, CT.
but the nuanced experience that I would have moving day 2, day 3 after I really was in trouble and I needed some help, I got some help. But it came not the way I expected it to come. It would come from some other angle, and it would be like, and then I would think back. I was like, oh, that solves what I was asking for 3 days ago, and it was nuanced. And that's the best word I can describe. You're not gonna have a face to face with the big guy, whatever,
Why
whatever.
Why not?
That is, well, apparently it's not the right way to go about it. I don't know, man. It's just my take on it.
Now I got to step in here with my story a little bit, if you don't mind, Indy. It'll take like 5 minutes.
No worries.
Yeah, go ahead.
So when my daughter was
Josh,
born,
wait, hold on
yes.
1 second. I totally want to hear it. Just 1 second. I want to read this super chat because I want to try to keep catching up in the chat as you go. Synthwork says everything we hear is an opinion, not a fact. Everything we see is a perspective, not the truth. It's a quote from Marcus Aurelius. Thank you, Synthworks. And I have learned over and over so much. It has to do with perspective, and that's part of why I like us having these conversations. So we can learn from different perspectives. All right, go ahead, Josh.
So you just mentioned that you haven't seen him and you haven't sat with him. So now this is why I'm here. This is one of these doors that have been opened for you. This is one of the things you should listen to. It's not God, it's me, but he put me here tonight because I've never been up here. So when my daughter was born, she was stillborn for 32 minutes. So she was brought back. Very traumatic. She, the first 24 hours, she's not going to live. Don't get connected to her. Don't do any of that. But she defied all odds. She, after a week, she was going to be a vegetable, and you're going to have a hard time, this and that, and she'll probably give her up, and all of this other stuff. And she's a very vibrant 24-year-old girl that can handle her own, do her own finances, handle her home business, walk, talk. You wouldn't know anything happened to her. But the reason I say this is at 16, because we never told her about her birth and how traumatic it was for her. But at 16, she recited every second of her birth to me.
Wow.
And I asked, how do you know this? And she's like, I was there. I just wasn't here. I was like, where were you? She's like, I was with God. He gave me a choice. I came back.
That's powerful.
So that's why I say I know of God. I don't believe or have faith. I know. Now, I didn't force religion on her. She's not a drug addict or anything like that. So for that to happen at a very low point in my life, when I needed a reassurance that God still had me, she told me that story. And here I am tonight giving my story to you all, not trying to convince anybody that God is real, God is like, everybody should have their own beliefs and their own free will. But that's just the story of my life, and that's that.
Well, Josh, let me read this comment.
Where I'm at.
Came up like a kind of good timing. Twisted Tat says, the day my daughter was on life support from a drunk driver, I got in the car and the first song I heard was Everything's Gonna Be All Right. And, it kind of ties in with what you're saying and what you were asking about, Frank. I think there's times where as a believer, you can get those, what others could see as a coincidence or a synchronicity, but you can take those and receive them as a message, and I think a lot of us have experiences like that, and so I'm glad that you guys are sharing yours. Thank you. And thank you, Josh.
I think the more the people think praying to God and speaking to God and having conversations with him. I've sat in my garden for hours and just talked to him. I don't pray normally per se. I have, but just have a conversation with him. And it seems to be more beneficial if you ask for blessings for others and blessings for other things instead of yourself. Once you take your selfishness out of us and what you want God to show you, he will show you through the deeds of others.
Mm-hmm.
I just asked him to show
Indeed
himself.
with that one. Indeed.
Okay, wait. Can I say something really quick?
Go ahead, Nico.
So, do you feel like God is gaslighting you? Like he's just cold shouldering you?
I think this is
I
going
feel like
towards the other.
wait a second. Hold on. There's a point to this. I really feel like, oh yeah, not you, the one who talked about his daughter who's still
No,
stillborn.
the guy who's not spoken with God. Do you think he's gaslighting you, or
do you think God is gaslighting you? Because I don't
No,
believe he is. I feel like
I don't believe that. I don't believe he's gaslighting me.
I feel like God is
don't
speaking
know-
through you.
I don't know if I believe in him at all.
But that's okay. That's okay.
But I'm not saying I don't either. I'm saying I don't have any evidence to show that I've had a conversation with him or anything like that.
That's okay.
But at the same time, I don't think people are wrong for believing in him. But, I don't, because faith is something I think everybody needs. Everybody should have faith in something because it helps. Even if
it does indeed.
Even if God doesn't exist, it's not bad to believe in it, because if you believe in something, you feel better.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
If you don't believe in something, you'll fall for everything.
Yeah, and there's another thing too. I always like to insofar as Jesus Christ is concerned, like I've always said the same thing. It was like if whether or not he existed or not, he damn set a pretty good example. And I choose to believe in his example versus the alternatives. Because he was a pretty rad dude. So that's where I go with it. And if I'm wrong about that, then so be it. Like the example is so impossible to follow, obviously. But it's like that's the way I'd want to go. Like if I was walking through this place, it's like that's pretty rad dude.
I mean, it's really hard to believe in a lot of things that you can't see when we're so conditioned to believe in things that you can see. And so the faith is real. And if you have faith in your daughter surviving, then then there's something that's to be said about that, or maybe unsaid. And maybe that's why God isn't speaking to you, because you're going to speak the truth no matter what.
She's talking towards the other guy.
Well, I'm speaking to everybody, really. Yeah. Like, no matter what you believe, no matter what happened to you, no matter what trauma you've gone through, there's always something to live for, and that's what God is there for.
Right. Well,
there you go.
It will come to others later in life. Maybe sometimes it comes early, sometimes it comes later. But if you need a reassurance of God's existence, don't look at anything but go out and look outside. He created everything. This is his artwork. We're living in God's picture.
Well, we don't know that.
Copy that.
Look at
not unless you were there when it was created to know that. You can say that you can believe that.
Well, and that's a mindset. You can't sit there and say you want answers and then question everything that you've been told about.
Why not?
Faith.
Why not?
Stop questioning faith. And I get that. I understand your point. I do. I really do understand it. I mean, my brother doesn't believe in God, so I can relate.
There's books that go back before the Bible.
I disagree, though. I do think
God didn't create a book; He created a garden.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. I do think that it's important to continue questioning. I mean, I think that I don't think we're ever going to be able to have definitive answers in some sense, because we have to have faith, and we can't have faith without free will and without having questions. But I do think that it's okay to ask the questions. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I don't think that God would shy away from that, as long as I think it has to do with your heart, though. And, Frank, only you know your heart, and none of us will really know it, and that's true for each person. If you're truly seeking and you're keeping an open heart, then I hope eventually he will communicate with you. And I don't know why he wouldn't,
Exactly.
but
why he doesn't either.
Right.
I'm going to be 60, I could be dead in 2 weeks. I'm just saying,
what are you looking for the communication? Like
communication, I don't.
You want him to call you on the phone? Like, do you want him to send you an email?
Show himself to me. So say, hey, this is me.
So you want to see him?
I don't have to see him. I can hear him if he wants to say something when I'm trying to talk to him. I don't hear anything. He talk back to me, like we're talking. You know, I don't hear anything. So
Well, I would suspect that like look at the nuanced variations of your life, and look at the focus on the minor things that went well, and the things that didn't go well, and sum those up in my favorite word, aggregate, and look at those nuances. I think that's the communication, is in nuanced things that happen over the course of days, maybe weeks, months.
It's subliminal communication.
It's a very strange thing that happens. It's never occurred to me that that God talks to me in my sleep or in waking hours. You know, it's always been nuanced with me, and you know, whatever that greater thing is that's out there has always done that for me. I've always been okay, even in my worst times. Somehow something happened, but it didn't happen at the time that I needed it. It happened at the time I needed it, only not at the time I thought I needed it. And it was so nuanced and short and quick, and it's reaffirming, if you just give yourself the time to breathe
Well,
and take a look
actually,
at it a little bit.
yeah, no, that's true, but like
when I was
maybe it lies in the sense of your own self-doubt.
That might be the
my life
Yeah.
is where it is now because of the choices that I've made.
Okay,
One of the
well,
strongest.
are you okay with your choices?
No.
Okay, well then that's self-doubt. So
Yeah.
now
Oh, yeah.
every decision that you make is not a mistake. It's a decision. It's a
Right.
mistake whether or not to see those decisions as bad mistakes, but they shaped you to who you are today.
Yeah.
So if you did Reiki and you went spiritual and all of that stuff, because I read tarot and I do Reiki, and there is a higher power. There is something that is a creator. There is something that is out there that is above and beyond anything that I know. And yeah, I hear him, I see him, but it's very subtle. It's very subliminal. It's what I believe. It's a personal choice to believe it. So it's your personal choice to believe that he's not speaking through you when you're saying all these things that are healing to other people. So maybe God is speaking through you, and maybe you're just not realizing it.
Maybe you're not
I
asking the
think
right
one of
question.
I think one of the strongest ways God communicates to us is through the people He puts in your path.
Right.
There you
Virginia's a very
go.
good example of that. So you don't necessarily hear Him, but you'll have a conversation with a person in front of you, and you'll have advice on it, maybe a job or maybe a good fishing spot or anything that brings you peace, joy, love, and happiness. That could literally be Him doing that. It's all about perspective.
Interpretation of the perspective.
What is God doing what though?
Well, it can also come through in the form of like an epiphany, and Indy was talking about that earlier, like almost like intuition. I like the word epiphany, where you're struggling, you're looking for answers, and then boom, suddenly the answer's right there. But where I think a lot of people get really discouraged is when they're praying for something to happen, and they're like, "Dear God, I really need this to happen," or "I really need you to do that." I think that that's probably not an effective way. I think a better way is to be show me the way, give me the wisdom that I need, and then just listen. That's my opinion.
Isn't there a
part
story?
of that ties in with this comment too from OJ. He says awakening is rarely done alone. Creating or joining groups of like-minded individuals committed to raising awareness and breaking the mental and energetic chains is vital. And I think that that's part of like being the body of Christ, as far as being a Christian is considered, and that we're all connected in that way, you know. And also that iron sharpens iron, like you were talking about, you know. That's how it's said in the scripture, is based, or a refiner's fire, if you want to think of it that way too. You know, we're called to hold each other accountable and to learn from each other and to be there to support one another.
But not everybody believes in God at all. I have.
Well, that's okay.
And it should
right, but that specifically is speaking to believers. To those.
Do you believe in yourself?
Sometimes.
Okay. Well, you know, everybody who hasn't had like some kind of like cool interaction with God, like seeing Jesus in the mirror or something, they have to go through a pretty big stint of like nihilism.
Right.
I
mean, you have to go down to the depths before you can actually feel like the greatness of, like, feel grateful for everything. So that mindfulness might help a little bit and all of your Reiki training and all of the tarot and stuff, you see the duality between everything, and maybe it's just a shift in perspective.
But then I read the Bible and figured out what I was doing was wrong. So that
But
twisted me up
wait,
too.
whoa, hold on. Why? Well, did you read the Bible cover to cover?
Absolutely.
Okay, well, yeah. I mean, I
That's
grew up
emo.
Catholic, and we didn't read the Bible cover to cover. The
No,
chapters are
I
different.
know that. I know Catholics usually. I was raised Catholic as well.
Okay.
I brought a Bible into my house. My parents said you shouldn't have that.
But you were raised Catholic?
As a kid, yeah. Yeah.
And your parents said not to have a Bible?
No.
I think you have a lot to unpack, actually.
Right.
Well, we all do. I mean, that's the reality.
Not in a bad way, in a good way.
I've done a lot of unpacking. I just packed everything back up is what I did. I've been through it all. I've been through hundreds of churches. I was baptized, rebaptized. I did everything. And I'm not saying I don't believe
I
it.
like that, Buzz. Buzz has a way with words. He has a couple of books of poetry. I'll drop the link for in a moment.
I love that.
Yeah, but Buzz says, if I question what I question, what questions will arise? Will the answer truly answer, or will I come to realize?
Oh, welcome to the echo chamber.
There is something that exactly attaches to what we're talking about, and I think most of you know this. It's a parable. I'll read it real fast. A storm descends on a small town, and the downpour soon turns into a flood. As the waters rise, the local preacher kneels in prayer on the church porch. You guys all know this?
Go ahead.
Surrounded by water.
It's really important to this exact conversation. As the waters rise, the local preacher kneels in prayer on the church porch, surrounded by the water. By and by, one of the townsfolk comes up the street in a canoe. Better get in, preacher. The waters are rising fast. No, says the preacher. I have faith in the Lord. He will save me. Still the waters rise. Now the preacher is up on the balcony, wringing his hands in supplication, when another guy zips up in a motorboat. Come on, preacher. We need to get you out of here. The levee's going to break any moment. Once again, the preacher is unmoved. I shall remain. The Lord will see me through. After a while, the levee breaks, and the flood rushes over the church until only the steeple remains above water. The preacher is up there clinging to the cross when a helicopter descends out of the clouds, and a state trooper calls down to him through a megaphone, "Grab the ladder, preacher. This is your last chance." Once again, the preacher insists the Lord will deliver him, and predictably, he drowns. A pious man, the preacher, goes to heaven. After a while, he gets an interview with God, and he asks the Almighty, "Lord, I had unwavering faith in you. Why didn't you deliver me from that flood?" God shakes his head. "What did you want from me? I sent you 2 boats and a helicopter." And that's really, like, to me, the nuance of, like, the answering and the communication with God never is face to face. It's given to you. How do you read it? How do you read what's delivered to you? And I've always loved that one. Anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to get all preachy on that one, but that was like that applied exactly.
It's like
You need a
Aesop's fables.
I get it.
You need a talking donkey.
But it's a story.
It is indeed a story. I will give you that, but it's a parable, and it works for me at least. You know.
Look, I think you're doing great. I think everything that you have done to seek whatever you have seeking or are seeking is kind of the end of the road, and maybe you should just stop seeking it, and then maybe you'll get your answer.
I have stopped. That's why
I don't think you
the
have.
opposite. I think continue seeking it, but I think that the fact that you're able to acknowledge that you haven't experienced it and be honest about that is noble, because, you know, a lot of people, I think, do kind of fake it till they make it. And what's the point in that? I appreciate you being authentic and genuine in the fact that you haven't experienced it, you know?
Yeah.
But I do hope that you do. I mean, if you don't mind, I'll pray for you, because
I'm always open to that. You know,
I'll pray for you too.
I'll take it.
And I'll ask all the Reiki guides and Huayo Takata and Yusui to come down and, you know, Saint Germain.
I haven't done Reiki in years, and I'm a Reiki master. I haven't even done it.
Come on, Usui, then maybe start practicing that again.
Choku say hey ki, I remember it all.
I mean, Yam, Lam, Ram, Sam. Like, come on.
Yeah, but that's
get back into Reiki and.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do any of that. That I won't do.
Not sure what you're
So
asking, Anti, but people can answer in the chat if they want to. Anti says,
it,
what are pedophiles and abusers and those that cover for them? What are they? I'm not sure what you mean by that. Good to see you, MB.
is there multi-dimensions and many worlds?
Who knows?
Yes.
Who knows?
I think that it depends on how you even think of dimensions. I mean, there's so many different ideas about that because, you could say your dreams are another dimension. You could say, in the Bible, it talks about there's principalities and fallen angels and things that are not of this earth and different realms. That could be dimensions. If you see a vision or you experience deja vu, some people believe those are kind of glimpses into other dimensions. So I think it's likely that there are a lot of different layers to reality than what we have been taught, for sure, and to even what we're necessarily aware of. Be careful with that one, Benjamin.
I have 4 friends, separate friends, that I grew up with. They're all happy people, very, very giving people, honest people. They have beautiful families, and they don't believe in God at all. At all. And I've
much love, Dusty.
So
hey, Tony.
I think that it's valid for people not to believe as well. And I don't ever, I would never say that to somebody who doesn't believe that they should believe or anything like that, because that's just disrespected to them, because nobody really knows until we die what.
It's a personal journey. Faith is very singular. It's a singularity.
Yeah.
Granted, you can feel it when you have a group of people together that believe in a faith and sharing communion and all that. That's one thing, but it's very, very singularity. And we should never, just because you don't believe, should never be an outcast or shunned. Right. But to Anti's question, that's part of the light and dark we're talking about. Anti, they're without light, and that's why people do that. And
how could you say somebody's without light? If they're just as good as a person as you, and they're doing the right thing and they're happy people.
No. I was referring to Anti's question about pedophiles. They're not like me.
Oh, okay, that's you. I'm
right.
I was referring to Anti's question, not you, sir. Not at all. I was not disrespecting you.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm glad you asked for clarification, though. That's a totally different topic.
Because
I'm actually a victim of that.
Well, okay, so we know what you believe. So what do you know? I mean, what do you know is an objective truth?
I don't.
You don't. I mean, there is no objective truth out there. Is that what you're saying?
I'm sure there is, but I'm
so
saying I don't know.
You don't know any objective truth.
I don't, and I think that's an honest answer, because none of us really know until we die anyway. You will go find out whether there's a God or whether there isn't.
Well, no, I'm talking about just the evidence of.
There's no evidence of God. There's no evidence of God.
Okay, so there's no objective truth out there that would.
Maybe there is.
Okay, well, what about if you look at like our DNA and like the even if you look at mathematics, like what is it called? No, it's not going to come to my mind because I'm trying to think of it. The golden ratio.
Right.
If you look at that, I kind of think of that as like a fingerprint of God, where you can see that in the micro all the way through the macro, supposedly, at least in space, all the way to microbiology. You can see that same ratio. To me, that doesn't speak of randomness. It speaks of creation and design.
But that's how to you. That's how you see it, and I'm not saying you're wrong.
Well, no, I'm just curious how you do see that and not see it as something greater.
I see everything as I don't know. Because that's the truth. I don't know. That's how I see it. I don't know.
Right, but I guess that's where I would say I don't think any of us know. It has to come down to faith.
That faith is completely different than the truth. Faith is not truth. Faith is what you believe to be truth. But that doesn't mean that it is truth or not. I'm not saying it isn't. But that's just a faith that nobody really knows. That's the truth,
right? But that's what I'm saying to you. I don't think that you can. I don't think anyone is ever going to be able to 100% prove it. So
exactly,
if without faith, you won't experience. You won't even trust what you experience yourself. It has to be faith.
I just need to say this: you haven't met everyone to say that nobody knows.
No,
you have not met every single person.
would have to be dead to know.
Well, I met a guy
Exactly.
that
I
swear to God,
just
he was
related
not
the
from this
story.
earth.
I've met a few of those too.
Well, I mean, I swear this guy was not from here on this planet. So, I mean, it's like, it makes
Trust
me
me, I
question.
want to believe. I want to believe. It's not like I'm
So,
trying to fight against it.
But here's the thing. Here's the thing. If you have all of the proof and all of the documentation, everything's verified 100%, the way you want, then that it expels any reason or necessity or value in faith.
There is no proof, though. The only proof is if God would show himself to me and say, here I am, I exist. That would be the proof, not anything that's written down, because anything that's written down has been messed with by people. So I have a hard time believing it. There was a time where I didn't have a hard time believing it, where I just believed everything from the Bible. But then the more I started reading it, the more I got scared and saying, wait a minute, is this an all-loving God, or is this somebody who's pretty pissed off? Or is he a mob boss and tells people to kill people when it's okay to kill when I say so, but he doesn't want us to kill, but he tells us to kill. So there's so many contradictions for me to believe any of it. So why doesn't God make it easier for us to believe? Why does the book have to be so controversial that scholars are fighting over it and to get what everything means? It should have been plain and simple. If there was a book, and maybe there is a book that's plain and simple, and maybe people just said, we can't just give this to people. We have to control them because they're cutting off people's heads. So we got to change things, and put the fear into people. Maybe it's not like that. Maybe it's not of the Bible. Maybe God is something else. Maybe it's something else. That's all I'm saying. And I'm not saying that the Bible is wrong either.
I believe in that, Gigi.
The
principality.
God is a lot different than the Bible. The Bible was not written by God, written by man. So let's get that straight. He didn't write that. It was written about him through the people that existed on this planet.
Supposedly, it was his words through them, though. That's
supposedly, yeah. But I mean, once you start putting man into it, you don't. I don't trust men. I trust God. I don't trust men.
So then, really, the number one thing that God wrote was the 10 Commandments, was it not?
Right.
Well, or the greatest commandment, he says, is to, what is it? Love the Lord your God with all your heart, and to love your neighbors as yourself.
That's not the greatest commandment. All 10 of them are supposed to be the greatest, not just one over the other, right?
There's all Peter in the Bible after the 10 Commandments. He says that when he's asked, he says the greatest commandment is to love your neighbor, and to love the Lord your God with all your heart, and to love your neighbor as yourself.
Okay.
So yes, the 10 Commandments are still intact, but he did say those were the greatest, and that's what he.
And you don't.
Them are kind of about.
You don't.
In the 10 Commandments.
You don't have to. You don't have to believe the Bible to have faith in God. Just so you know, you don't have to. I get that. The Bible is very, very controversial in faith sometimes. So you don't have to believe the Bible to have faith. The Bible is not proof of faith.
I agree with you. I agree.
And indoctrination can really mess up the way that you interpret it and see it. Like I think it's valid for you to say, I don't know. I haven't seen proof.
Yeah.
That's totally valid. I see it in nature. I see it in mathematics. I see it in being a mother. I see creation in that. But I agree the Bible is contradictory. The Old Testament presents God in a different way than the New Testament does. It's like two completely different entities in a way, or several entities. Who knows?
Yes.
But you don't have to have the Bible to believe in something greater than yourself.
I agree with you. I don't doubt that.
Here's another from Buzz. He said, this is a tribute to the spoon scene from The Matrix. Do not try and know the truth. That's impossible. Instead, only try to realize the reality. There is no truth. Then you will see that it is not the truth that matters. It's only the consequence that matters. Interesting. I don't know, though. I still think that the truth does matter. I have a hard time with that one. I'm a truth seeker, and I think that God is the truth to me, so I'm going to continue to seek it.
Yeah, and that's there's nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Or is truth the consequence? Is there a consequence for knowing truth, or is truth actually the consequence?
Well,
right. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe truth is the consequence.
What is truth?
Speaking.
That's the
Right.
question. What is
It's
truth?
not definable.
I hope I'm not ruining the show.
I don't know. No, you're not. I think since everything that I've known in my life and I've experienced, because I do know that he's real, and I think that gives me a profound sense of guilt when I don't live in his word.
I see you, Nuke.
So I feel that very profound. That's him weighing on me. You're like, dude, you know I exist. Look what I've done for you, and you're still gonna act a fool. And now you're gonna feel it. I'm gonna show you.
How do you know you're acting the fool?
You straighten your act up.
How do you know you're acting the fool?
Huh?
How do you know you're acting the fool?
Well, because you don't always do things that God wants you to do, because we're sinners.
How do you know what God
when I
wants you to
sin,
do? How do you know what God wants you to do?
I mean, that
it's
depends on
pretty
what you're
simple. He
asking.
just wants to live in His image. Yeah, like exactly. I mean, He wants you to be a good human being, and He wants you to love everyone.
You can do that,
but reserve forgiveness. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I get that.
I think it's different for each person too, but I think, like we were saying, the 10 commandments and the greatest commandments, I think that those are a good guideline. I think that's part of why he gave them to us. Some people look at the commandments, and I think a lot of this is through people teaching through the churches rather than listening to what God's really saying, and the way the church has been corrupted and twisted. But a lot of people think of God as this, like, overbearing, like, fire and brimstone here. You have to live within these strict parameters, and they think of it as confining. But I had it explained to me once this way, and it really makes sense and has resonated for me. The commandments are like a fence. If you have sheep, for example, you're going to want to protect them, and you put them inside a fence. Or even if you think of your own home, you have a fence. You think of your country, you have a wall. But you have something that's a parameter that's protecting, and it's keeping the sheep in. So it is penning them in, but it's also protecting them at the same time. And when God gave us the 10 commandments, yes, we have to rein things in and choose to go on that narrow path rather than the broad path, but it's for our own good. It's for our own benefit. So do we all fail and fall short? Yes, we all do, because we're all sinners and none of us can be perfect. So we're going to live outside of that fence sometimes and those parameters.
I don't know about the sinning thing, though.
Right.
Everybody's a sinner. I don't know if I judge that anymore. I used to, but everybody's a sinner. I don't know.
I don't know any perfect people. So
nobody's perfect. Nobody's perfect.
Hard. Right. That's the point.
But because you do things that may not be so right doesn't mean you're a sinner. It just means maybe you did the wrong thing that time. But being a sinner, like we're born in sin, it's according to God, we're all born in sin. That's not right. How is that right? Why are we born in sin? Why did we have to be forced to be born in sin? Doesn't make sense to me. I mean,
I don't understand, because you're kind of contradicting yourself. You're saying we're born in sin and we're all sinners, but you don't believe we're all sinners.
Right.
You don't think we should be all sinners, or you don't believe it was fair that we're born in sin?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think we should all be sinners. Like everybody, Christians to say we're all sinners, except for Jesus. He was the only one that wasn't the sinner.
Well, I mean, then that's it sounds like you're kind of wanting to play God in a way. Like I would not have faith in anything if I thought they had only the same knowledge that I have.
No, but I'd like to say you're a sinner. Why? Because you did something wrong. You're a sinner. It's just, I don't know. I
think what sin is.
How would you define sin?
It's on your permanent record.
No, that's the great part. Is it's not. That's the point, though, is that it's not on your permanent record.
God says if you look at a woman with lust in your eyes, you've already committed adultery, and that's a sin. I don't believe that. I don't believe you look at somebody and you're attracted to them, and that's it. That's a sin now. So what you're calling a sin may not be a sin. I just don't. I think that's man-made.
Well, it's all about the intent. I agree with you on that. I agree with that point about that. It's all about the intent. If you look at a girl with, and you're very attracted to her, she's very pretty, she's very beautiful. and then you take, and then it drives you to go to the next level and take something from her that doesn't belong to you, or she does not want to give. That's the sin part.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, well,
see, that would be. See what I'm saying? I mean, I get what you're
say
saying. There's a lot of gray area there. There's a lot of gray area to interpret for sure. And something like that, I think, would be not a big deal as the intent behind your look.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm curious why you have a cross behind you if you don't think any of it's
I'm in my parents' house. I'm in my parents' house, and this is their bedroom.
Oh, okay. All right. No, that's fair.
It's fair.
I mean, yeah.
If I walk into the other room, you'd see a whole thing of angels. My mom collects angels too.
Right.
Yeah, so that's their cross.
Well, it didn't burst into flames, so you're not that bad in my book, buddy.
Listen, I got a whole slew of Bibles. I have a whole slew of Bibles. I haven't thrown them away. You know,
yeah, exactly, Angelique.
Those are mine. Those are my Bibles. You know.
Will you survive my squirt gun of holy water?
Right.
I always say if the God of the Bible does exist, then I know I'm going straight to hell. So
that's not true.
Well, that's how I feel. Maybe it's not true, but that's how I feel, and I feel that way after reading Matthew 7, because if people would read Matthew 7 and really read it, he's saying, if you're not doing the will of the Father, I never knew you.
Interesting,
okay. The will of the Father is what? You know, doing everything that God would do. And if you fall short, you're not getting in. And that's why very few people make it into heaven. You know, so that's scary. That's scary to me. You know?
Just know that you're probably going to be given a choice. So just be prepared to make a choice, because you're going to be given a choice. It's not just going to be cut and dry like you think. I understand your belief system and all that, but you're still one of his children, and just be prepared for that choice.
I don't understand.
Here's an interesting thought from Buzz. He says, what would you prefer, whether to know God exists or to actually meet him or her?
Well, to know that he exists would be to meet him, or at least hear him.
See, but I think a lot of us have not experienced that. Like I said, I did hear one time, but I don't think most people experience God that way, and I think plenty of people still believe that he exists.
It's a shame. Why can't he communicate with us?
He could, but it also says he shouldn't be tested. And that's what I was saying about faith. The whole, it talks about this in the Bible. And if you've read it, you know this. It's by faith that we're saved. It's not by, trust the science or find the data or see him face to face or hear his voice audibly. You have to have faith.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Well, I don't have faith in what I read.
Agreed, Mary.
All right. Okay, that's cool. That's understandable.
So then,
understandable.
What other evidence can I get to know God's existence? If the book is corrupt and I don't know what's real in it or what's not real in it, how could I have faith in something I don't even know if it really exists? How can I have faith in it? And I'm not saying anybody else is wrong for having the faith. I'm just saying
you're not wrong. You're not wrong. It's okay to question and find you are right now trying to find what you need to find. That alone tells me God's on your side. That alone tells me that he's in your corner, because you're questioning everything and you want to know more. So there's that right there will get you into heaven, my friend. Just you don't need to live in the world of what the construct has told you to live in. The book, this, you got to do that, you got to do this, you got to do that. You want to know more. Where do you think that comes from? Wanting to know more, the wanting to know the truth. I mean,
why was the tree of knowledge forbidden?
But Gigi, it depends on what you think extraterrestrials were.
Why did he put the tree there to begin with and throw a serpent in there?
Hold on 1 second, Frank. If you think that's okay. I'm trying to keep up with the chat here too. If you think that if you think of aliens as some other creation from God. I don't know, Gigi, or if you think of them as something completely separate from God, if you think of them as aliens like we used to, the cartoony aliens, or you think of them as fallen angels, it really depends on what you mean by extraterrestrials. But in my own belief, I don't know for sure, but from everything I'm seeing and putting pieces together, to me, it seems like they're either demons or fallen angels. So, or I also do think it's a possibility that aliens could be
Anunnaki.
humans that have developed in underground or have developed in a different place. I think that is a possibility too. But no matter what they are, I think they're a part of God's creation, and they still fit into my spiritual beliefs. They don't take away from them in any way, shape, or form.
That's a whole nother story too.
Right.
Yeah.
Sky people.
If you read the book of Enki, which is way before the Bible, on the Anunnaki, where aliens supposedly came to the planet and their atmosphere was laced with gold and their atmosphere was corroding, so they came here to mine gold, only they couldn't live in our atmosphere, so they created people. And if you read the book, it's really strange. But they created people, and they started to try to create people, and they were coming out messed up, like misformed and stuff like that. And then they created people to mine gold, and then they went back to their planet. But if you look at the structures on this planet of certain pyramids that were on other sides of the planet where you couldn't possibly get there, they were made the same way. So something had to
I
make.
agree with that, Gigi.
Something had to make those things. So, and maybe they're part of God too, if God exists. Maybe when we all die, we'll see the aliens that have died, and we'll all be spirit. Maybe that's why God put white people, black people, Chinese people, so that we could all be together, no matter what color we are. Maybe we'll see aliens when we die. Who knows? There's so many possibilities that I'm confused and I don't know what to think. And that's
have you ever taken LSD?
Long time ago. Yeah, I'm talking long years and years ago. Yes.
Good to see you, Mike and Don. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I did.
I acknowledge the possibility of, let's say, maybe the Anunnaki who interbred with humans, and that's what the Nephilim are.
Right, the Nephilim too. Yeah, I know the story. I know that story too.
Yes.
It could be. It could be that.
I can't.
It could be, but who knows? Nobody really knows because everything is all messed up in the books and stuff. So that's why I say nobody's really going to know until we die or not. I've never seen a ghost. Never seen any kind of spirit. I've talked to people about the Amityville Horror, and people actually believe that story. My house was literally a mile away from it, and nothing ever happened in that house. Anything other than some parties and stuff.
Thanks for cracking me up, Daniel.
But I don't know.
In some belief, it's people that are haunted, not places.
That's true. That's true. I believe that. We haunt ourselves.
I could tell you, I've had some things that I couldn't explain. That's about the only thing I can say.
Yeah. I've heard some stories of stuff. I wish I had some things I couldn't explain. Something to help me.
Careful what you wish for.
Listen, I've been saying that my whole life.
Yeah.
So I'm going to be 60 next week. So.
Well, A+ for effort. I say just, be patient and be open, to direction.
Yeah,
from
well,
God.
like I said, I'm not saying he doesn't exist, because I still think there's something out there. I just don't know what it is. And I wish I knew.
Well, I was sitting there thinking about a roast real quick. I was like, man, just get out of your mama's best spare bedroom and you can probably see something. No, I'm just saying.
I'm just
playing.
I just came here a couple of months ago so I can help them out. My dad's 89, my mom's 85. Yeah. Well, I should be out. I should be out singing in bars right now. That's what I should be doing. I should be pushing my.
Oh, I don't know if you see any spirit. Well, you might see some spirits there.
spirits, like
Yeah.
alcohol spirits.
Yeah.
I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do drugs. I don't do anything like that. I don't steal. I've never even been married. No kids.
Well, do you feel like you have a choice in your moral compass?
Yes.
You know, not do those things. Well, that kind of implies a faith that you shouldn't. You know what I mean?
No. Explain it.
Well, if you are staying very moral in your behavior,
true,
what
Wild
you
Dragon, I
think
agree.
that morality is, that
Yeah.
kind of implies that you believe you should be good.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't take a God to do that. We should be doing that anyway.
So,
We're supposed to be good people and take care of ourselves, whether God exists or not.
do you think we're living in the Matrix?
I don't know. I don't know. There was some good martial arts in the movie. I'll tell you that.
I want to read this from Buzz, and it made me think of something. But he says some people focus on the miracles they want to happen to them and miss seeing the miracles that happen to others. And I was having a conversation with someone recently where, you know, I won't go into any specifics, but we were talking about how we could see how someone had all these blessings in their life that they don't really recognize. They don't seem to recognize them as blessings.
It's also what's a miracle. What is a miracle to you, and what is a miracle to somebody else?
Right. That's what I was going to say. It's all about perspective. But I do think that for those of us who are believers, we tend to, and this is what I was kind of saying earlier, some people might see things as a coincidence or as a synchronicity or, you know, something along those lines, or just serendipitous. Whereas a lot of times as believers, we feel like it's something that is confirmation, and that's, you know, talked about in the Bible.
And I get that,
So
'cause
I think it has to do with the perspective behind. Hold on. I think it has to do with the perspective you're coming from. And so, you know, that's part of where your heart is coming from when it comes to faith, Frank. But it also has to do with if you're willing to, you know, if you're only going to look at things in black and white, I think it's going to be really hard for you because it has to be based on faith, not just fact.
Well, to me, like I said, it depends on what people see as miracles. You know, some people.
What would you consider a miracle?
Miracle? God stopping any child from being molested or raped or killed. That would be a miracle.
It would be.
That's a miracle. It's not something we can feel as a miracle. That would be a miracle. Not what we feel a miracle should be. Some people think that just being alive is a miracle. You know,
it is mathematically. It is.
You know, but it's all on what you see. But to me, you know, if I was a God, I wouldn't let that go on. I wouldn't let certain things happen, you know. And
okay, so you could describe miracles, but you don't think that you've ever experienced a miracle yourself? I guess I'm not really tracking.
I don't think so. No. No. Sometimes I see life as a miracle. I used to see life as a miracle, you know. I used to, you know, ask for forgiveness when I did wrong things. And I seen that as a miracle. I used to see everything as a miracle almost.
I don't believe that, Inferno. I think that's a corruption and a twist because Satan is jealous of the angels.
Well, you sound like you're healthy to me. I know you're a very talented musician. You're well spoken. You went through all the sins that you don't partake in, and you're searching for God. So I think you've got a lot of good things going for you.
Well, I don't know. Maybe.
Well, even being open to the possibility, you know.
I'm definitely open to the possibility. I'm just not convinced what God is if he is. I'm not convinced of what he is.
I'm gonna tell you, when the aliens come down, I'm taking one of them flying saucers and taking it for a drive.
Swing by Washington on the way, Wingnut.
Yeah, I'm gonna tell you, man. I'm gonna see how fast this thing can go. Boy, I'm gonna go.
I hope I'm not frustrating you guys or anything, or
not at all,
or anything like that. Because I'm not trying to. I'm trying to. I don't know.
You know what? You know what I am loving about this, and I got to tell you, I hope you don't take any offense in this. Please, please.
No offense. You guys all have
It's-
respect. We're all talking like people. I can't take offense to anything you say.
Awesome. It's been a pleasure and an honor. I kind of feel like I'm having a conversation with George Costanza. I love it. Like I've been smiling the last 45 minutes. Oh my God. We've got
I had not thought that, but now I will.
That's funny. I love George. That is funny. How can I take offense to that? That was
Jam.
I'm glad I didn't just throw it in the chat because I wouldn't want anyone to take offense to. Yeah, no, that's great.
You could tell me my mother got a one leg with a kickstand. I wouldn't take offense to.
There you go.
It's like, where's Kramer?
Right.
Listen, we only hurt ourselves. You know, somebody saying something, if it hurts me, that means I let myself hurt myself. That I've learned in life. That anything that somebody says, if it hurts you, you hurt yourself. It's all on how you take things. You know, I can.
Well, I do like JM was saying, I really appreciate that everybody's been able to be up here and share opinions and, you know,
I appreciate it too.
And even keel about it all. You know, it's hard. And somebody had put this post in the comments and it comes up almost every week. You know, we were all, I think most of us were raised hearing, you know, the two things you don't talk about are politics and religion. But I think that that's part of what got us where we are, is that people stopped talking about politics and religion. And those are two of the most important things because they affect every aspect of our lives.
Yeah, I agree.
Why are
politics,
we not talking about them, you know?
Politics and religion is the, you know, that dogma is definitely what killing life on this planet too, you know.
You can talk about anything as long as people have respect for each other. You can talk about anything. It's a discussion, you know. And as far as I'm concerned, with all you guys tonight, I feel like these are people that are trying to help me, and I appreciate that.
Good, I'm glad.
I do, and that's how I see the whole thing, because I'm like, you know, everybody's like,
but we're all a little different, but have good intentions. And I do see your point. Like, why doesn't God literally stop, let's say, something atrocious that happens in a war or some of the human abuses? And that's where the free will comes in. I don't think that his intent is to do that. It's to stop everything that man does. And, you know, if you look at a war, for example, there's a side that thinks they're good and there's a side that thinks they're bad. And so which one is he going to stop? Just all of them?
The whole thing.
I understand. And a lot of people have gotten on their knees in the war and like, where are you now, God? They blame it on God, but it's man doing it.
Yeah, that's true. There's no right or wrong in war. It's all wrong. There was a movie I saw, and I forgot the name of it, but it was a medical student that went into the army. You probably guys have seen it. I just forgot the name of it. And he said, I'm going to go and help people in the war, but I'm not taking a gun with me. I'm not going to kill anybody. And he actually went to court, and they were going to kick him out of the army.
Good point.
And they kept him in. And he went, and everybody in his barracks, they all hated him because they were calling him a pussy, all sorts of stuff, because he didn't want to fight. But when it came down to it, he was on top of this mountain, and everyone that got hurt, he would bring down on a rope, and I don't know, maybe 100-foot rope or something. He'd carry one down, and he'd get to the top, and he said, "God, let me just get another one." And he kept doing it, and he saved 56 people.
Hacksaw Ridge.
That's it. That was it. I just forgot the name of it, but that was. I thought that was a great movie, and that was so cool. You know how he kept on going back. Let me just get God. Just let me get one more. And he had his Bible. He didn't have a gun. He had his Bible with him. You know, I thought that was a great movie.
Yeah.
So when I say I want to believe, I do. I really do. I want to believe that there's something out there. I just, after reading, I'm just confused about what it is. You know, and maybe it's something different. Maybe. Who knows?
You're not alone. I'm confused too. I've read all the mythologies, and whether it's the Anunnaki or pagan gods or biblical gods, I understand. I really do. I don't know what to think either.
The Book of Enoch. I read.
I've read Enoch.
I have the Book of Enoch right over here, right next to my Bible.
I do too. Right next to several Bibles. Yeah.
Yeah, I have several Bibles.
Yep.
When I was going to church and everything, and I was really in the spirit, I had like 60 Bibles. I was collecting them.
Yes.
I was collecting all different, and then I got rid of
I
them.
like to find them at thrift stores because you'll find some that are decades old. You'll find some that are from different denominations, and they have very slight differences, which to what we were saying like a little while ago about how they're changing language or man's interpretation of our expectations from that.
Yeah.
I want to read this one from Buzz. He says, an argument is pointless. It is just 2 points of view. A conversation creates one more that both can hold on to.
That's true.
I love that.
I agree with that for sure.
That's what we're a lot about here, is having the conversations even when they're tough and tricky.
Yeah. Wow, it's 10:30. I don't have to go to work tomorrow, so I'm happy about that. So
yeah. All right. Well, I've almost caught up in the chat, which is kind of good considering how many people are talking, which I really appreciate everybody who's sharing in the chat and on panel. You guys, thanks for being here. And Josh, I saw that you jumped down. I hope that you'll come up and join us again sometime. It was great to get to talk with you. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, I love me some Josh.
Right? Apple, much love to you. I saw you come in earlier. Glad that you're here. All right. Let me go ahead and pull up. Oh, let me get to this real quick. Thank you, John. He says, when we forget who and what we are, we become lost, always searching for what we always had. We were dismembered, aching to remember.
Not all who wander are lost.
I like that. Thank you, John, and thank you for your support. I appreciate you being here too. Okay, I'm going to pull up a little video. This is just a short one. It kind of tied in with the first one about Project Mockingbird or Operation Mockingbird. But this is just a short, and I thought it made some good points. And while we're talking about, being manipulated by the media, a lot of us are thinking mainstream news, but there's something about social media too. So this kind of touches on that a little bit.
And everything is not as it seems.
Hi, would you like to come in for free dessert?
Sure.
Can you hold this for a sec?
Sure.
Here's your dessert.
Thank you.
Hey, there's something in your eye.
Oh, thank you.
Do you remember where we met?
On the street.
Have you tried this before?
No, never. Thank you for the desserts. Nothing wrong with free dessert, bro.
Hey, you're viral.
Today we saw a cleaner on the street, so we brought him inside for some hot mochi dessert. We asked about his life and he told us where he lived.
On the street.
We asked if he had access to clean drinking water.
No, never.
He was so touched by our kindness and could not hold back his tears. Come visit Soy Talk in Richmond so we can
This is literally how social media really works. Subscribe.
All right, that was just a really quick one, but I thought it really does point out, how easily, and we know now with AI and everything else going on, I mean, that was just kind of tongue-in-cheek humor, but there is so much we have to be discerning in all the time. And, it ties in a little bit with our conversation I'm so glad this whole conversation popped up about faith, but, I do think that it is helpful to have the Holy Spirit. I really believe that the Holy Spirit helps us with discernment and often guides us to truth. So, I hope that you'll continue seeking for that too, Frank.
I'm open.
Yeah.
I'm open. I'm not closed.
Yeah.
I'm just
much love to you. Good to see you, Dee.
Just confused.
Good to see you, Maury. Thanks for being here. Been seeing everybody coming in. 15th. Much love to you.
Hey, what's up, 15th?
I agree, Lady Smith. A good conversation. And I like that it just kind of came up out of nowhere, you guys. I'm glad for that. I like when, to me, I don't take that as a coincidence. I think that's the Holy Spirit moving too.
Maybe. I was happy for it too.
Mm-hmm.
That's
awesome, Jerry.
I'm glad to be up here.
Yeah, I'm glad you are.
And everybody was really nice, and I like everybody. So that was cool.
Well, we have a little bit of time before music, about another half hour or so. I do have some more videos we can play, but are there any topics that we've maybe touched on but not gotten to dive into that anybody wants to talk about? Who's up on panel or in chat?
Happy Gilmore 2 wasn't that good.
I have not seen it, but I don't think I probably will.
And the new Superman wasn't that good.
Yeah, I mean, it just seems like Hollywood in general is like stuck in a rut of just like they're not creating anything new, you know?
No,
I don't see really any original videos anymore.
Yeah, nothing with good stories.
Yeah. I mean, we watch a lot of stuff in the Backstage Speakeasy on Sundays. That's a lot of older movies or a lot of sci-fi or dystopian movies. A lot we've realized are from like 1999, like just before a lot of things shifted in the world with Y2K and 9/11 and everything. And it's really interesting to see like how many, how much is out there that's really like been telling us the truth and showing us reality in one way, shape, or form for a really long time.
All the predictive programming, man. I guess it's easier to see in retrospect, but
right. Yeah, definitely. Hindsight is 2020, which, even that saying, I think probably had to be by design. I mean, really.
Right.
But who knows? That might be a little too far. As we walk through life, the changes come slow. We witness the changes, understand, and grow. If we race through life, the changes come fast. Too many to question, confusion to last. Right. And I think that ties in, Buzz, with what they're doing to us right now. I feel like there's so much. I mean, do you guys remember when there'd be like one big news story a month, maybe? And that was it. And now it's like every day there's so much, like you can't even keep track of it all, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like they're messing with our memories by, like every single day is some kind of breaking headline. And then you think about the Mandela effect and you think about how fast the world moves since the internet really, and smartphones, 2007. And it's like everything is sped up.
Yeah.
We're discombobulated.
Well, everything has to be advertiser friendly, right? And so that means it has to be friendly to the largest corporations on the planet. And so if there is any sort of, conspiracy going on, then just by making the content have to be advertiser friendly means the content has to also agree with what the powers that be are pushing.
Right.
See that, so that you'll get it in your advertising, your television programs, your radio, your movies, your music. So they're taking a top-down approach.
Buzz, I'll check that out and see if I can grab it in a minute.
Advertising absolutely runs the world. And any TV show you're watching, they don't care if you like the show. They care that you watch the 6 minutes of commercials every 12 minutes.
Yep.
Mary says, will the war in Ukraine end? Thoughts? I mean, I think it will eventually, and when they want it to. I think it's been a proxy war for a lot of different reasons for a long time, or this entire time, really. It was planned out years ago,
Yeah.
It's a massive money laundering hub and known to be the most corrupt country in the world.
And there's a lot about biolabs and child trafficking and Nazism. There's a lot of stuff that ties in with Ukraine. But yes, I think money laundering is one of the main issues. All right, let me go ahead and pull up this little video. It's just a quick one. A lot of times people are talking about whether they're talking about trust the plan or Trump is playing 4D chess, or we talk about us being pawns, or it's, that old, I don't remember the artist, but the one who did the, all the people bent over with the chessboard on their backs, right? And it says, if we just stand up, then the game would be over. But this guy kind of ties it all in with the 6 types of people who run the modern world and chess. Here we go.
There are only 6 types of people who make the modern world run. Number 1, the pawns, the masses. They follow orders, they are predictable. They get sacrificed each game. Number 2, the rook. These are the 20% of people who do 80% of the work. But they get stuck when the routines change, and they are useless on their own. They need number 3, the knight. Nobody can predict their path, their creativity. They connect dots no one else connect.
Richard Branson, John McAfee, Kanye.
Number 4, the bishop. The bishop will protect you, and he is a quiet planner. Edward Snowden, Jen Xiang-Wan, Masayoshi Son.
Number 5.
Number 5, everyone is afraid of the queen. Those who run the Suki agencies, those who run the military, the rules and laws of the pawns, knights and bishops don't apply to them.
So who are the kings of this world in Bruja?
The families that cannot be named. They have trillions, but don't show up in the Forbes list. Money does not matter to them, because they print it. Everyone is playing chess, but they are the ones who provide the board. They decide how many fields the board has, and how long the game will be played.
That's scary.
It's a very good share, though. I like the analogy with the chessboard.
Yeah, I have not seen that show, but it's made me interested in wanting to watch it. Good to see you, Ozark. Thanks for being here. Thank you, John.
Yeah.
Let me go back and read what John said real quick. He says, ever watch Stonehurst Asylum? Sometimes we use the word evil to describe the insane, and that lets the insane be in control. I have not seen that, John, and I will definitely want to check that out. Thanks for the support, John, always. Okay, JM, if you could pull up that last link I just dropped. It's a song that Mike and Don Janice, who were in the chat earlier, said, and there's the link for the video we just watched, said ties in with kind of our conversation about faith. And we'll pull that up and play that next.
Okay, just a second.
Even though we're not officially switching gears into music yet. It's the tie-in with our conversation. All right. Thanks to everybody for being here again, and really appreciate all the conversation on panel and in chat. Yeah, Shelby, it's hard to know. It says that we won't know the day or hour, but we can definitely be looking for the signs, and we're definitely living through something. That's for sure. These are some crazy, crazy times. I like that. The owner of the chessboard always wins the game, the creator. Yep, I agree with that. Okay. All right, here we go. So this is Invisible Reality by Mike and Don Janice.
You know there's something more that's been knocking at your door. You sensed it long before you became a man. Sensed the invisible. There is an undying ache that goes deep and penetrates to pierce the soul and illuminate the invisible reality. You can see it's true. A still small voice is haunting you. If you have ears to hear, eyes to see, embrace this reality.
Beautiful, Mike and Dawn. Thank you. It fit right in with our conversation. Love when that happens.
I love
Thank
that.
you very much for sharing that. Yeah.
That was really good.
Beautiful voice.
Yeah, thank you for suggesting it. I appreciate it. And John, I saw you put the link for Stonehurst Asylum, the full movie. Thank you very much. I will go back and be checking that out later. Love it. Oh, I like that, Tate. I'm saying we should remove the carrot and walk forward with our eyes open. Margaret Weiss. It's great. Yeah, hopefully we're walking forward of our own free will, not on a hamster wheel and not chasing a carrot on a stick, you know?
Or a carousel.
Right, right. That would kind of fit the simulation idea too, I think, in a way. You know? Conspiracy Queen, it's good to see you. Zio, I saw you came in also. Much love to you guys. Yeah, maybe that'll be what we'll have to do as a backstage speakeasy. On Sunday, we have the backstage speakeasy coming up. For those who might not know, the backstage speakeasy, it looks like this. It looks like we're going to go live, and the link is pinned at the top of the chat like always, but we don't go live. So we just are backstage hanging out. It's a little bit smaller group. Somehow it always ends up working out that most, it's very, usually it's a pretty good sized group, but it never gets too full that people can't come back and join. So click the link and come back and join us. There's some people you'll see back there that don't go up on panels live. So you'll get to know some new people and then also get to know some people better. We have some great conversations back there. We always watch at least one movie. Sometimes we don't get to the second movie because we're all busy talking. And sometimes, people who come back have different things that they want to pull up and share, and we end up going in different directions, and that's great. But we do those every Sunday. And this Sunday we are watching, it's an old made-for-TV miniseries of Alice Through the Looking Glass.
Ooh.
And yeah, it's one that it's from 1986. So I would have been 5 years old when it first came out. And I remember watching it when sometime around that age, maybe a little bit older, reruns. But it's really creepy. I remember it being like really, really kind of like a darker version of Alice, but it has a lot of big names from that time, like Sammy Davis Jr. And I'm trying to remember some of the other, they're like the kind of a lot of actors you'll recognize, but from right before my time. And, it was kind of like all the big celebrities at the time, but it's got a dark twist to it. And I haven't seen it in a really long time, probably since I was in junior high or something. So I'm looking forward to kind of reminiscing and getting nostalgic, but also seeing what I recognize in it that I didn't see before,
For sure.
Yeah, should be good. I think it's about 3 hours altogether. And since it's just one long movie, we'll probably like pause or at least do like an intermission to talk about things partway through. Though I think there'll be, since it was, kind of broken up into different episodes, there'll probably be some natural breaking points and do it a little bit differently than normal. But yeah, Tate, thank you so much for the super sticker. Appreciate that. And also for the Cash App. Much appreciated. Thank you. I didn't put a goal this time, so, no pressure. Get Tate. He hates when that goal isn't reached. But Mo won the spin for last week, and if you notice, she already has had an emoji, and I'm really close, you guys, to being able to get another emoji that I can add. I just need a few more subs because I was there, and then YouTube's been taking like a couple subs a night, and so I went under again. But I know I'm really close, like within like 5 or something of being able to add another emoji. And I will as soon as I can. But I did put an emoji in for Mountain Man. Mo wanted me to make one for him. And so if you check in the chat, for those who are members, you should see the Mountain Man emoji. And I just put one in the chat too. And then she chose a really beautiful song I'm going to try to do some kind of justice to in a little bit during music. But thank you for that, Mo. Yep.
Is Lauren backstage? No way.
No, I wish.
I know, right? Come on.
I don't know if that was just a little snicker about backstage or if he was saying that he's going to come backstage. I'm not sure, but I hope that he would join in. That would be great.
For sure.
Right, Jerry? Exactly. Yes, he was. And knowing a lot about him and just the whole vibe of that entire show that I remember even identifying as a young kid, I'm just really curious to see what all will, kind of, what I'll recognize in it now. Wingnut, you still with us? Did you fall asleep? It's possible. It does happen. Way to call him out there, Smokes. He might have stepped away for a minute too. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. All right, awesome. Thanks to everybody who's using that mountain man emoji. Craig, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay, I think this will probably be the last video we'll pull up for tonight. Sorry I didn't get a chance to go over to Discord and grab yours yet, Buzz. But I will take a look at it and maybe play it next week. Thank you for that. I appreciate you sending it. I'll probably also post it in the Discord for everybody else to see. This is kind of a follow-up video from last week. I was talking about the mRNA and what's going on with all of that. And some of this, there might even be more new and more current information because this is from about a week ago. But this is the Jimmy Dore show, and I'm kind of always singing his praises over here because, thanks, JM, because I'm really impressed. He's not, he was a stand-up comedian, and through his own waking up process during, I think mostly through the jabs and everything and with the pandemic, but maybe a little bit before that too, he started sharing a lot of truth and in his comedy, but also through his YouTube channel. And so he really does touch on a lot of what I see as like the bigger issues. And he's a great channel to follow, in my opinion. I don't agree with everything he says, but, that's not true for really anybody. So, all right, here we go. Little follow-up for last week.
Which from the start showed these never prevented infection, never prevented disease transmission. And there's no good clinical data to ever show it reduced the severity of disease. The CDC in response, I don't know what's wrong with that once fine agency.
Really?
But they become a supplicant of big pharma.
Really? Well, that's like, I don't know what happened to the CDC. It's like saying, I don't know what happened to the mafia. Are you kidding me? I don't think we covered this, but last Tuesday, RFK made a bombshell announcement that he's pulling all the funding for the mRNA vaccine platform. So they're not going to be, so if the United States, he's pulling $500 million in funding for further research on mRNA vaccines. Remember that mRNA vaccines are nothing like the old type of vaccines. In fact, they've been called gene therapy. That's what they've been called. And so here is RFK. He's going to tell you.
Hi, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here. Your HHS.
So can you turn it up a little? So here's RFK. He's going to tell you why he did it.
Hi, it's Robert F. Kennedy Jr. here, your HHS secretary. At HHS, we have a division called the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority, or BARDA. BARDA drives some of our most advanced scientific research. It funds developments of vaccines, drugs, diagnostics, and other tools to fight emerging diseases and national health threats. Over the past few weeks, BARDA reviewed 22 mRNA vaccine development investments and began canceling them. Let me explain why. Most of these shots are for flu or COVID, but as the pandemic showed us, mRNA vaccines don't perform well against viruses that infect the upper respiratory tract. Here's the problem. mRNA only codes for a small part of the viral proteins, usually a single antigen. One mutation, and the vaccine becomes ineffective. This dynamic drives a phenomenon called antigenic shift, meaning that the vaccine paradoxically encourages new mutations and can actually prolong pandemics as the virus constantly mutates to escape the protective effects of the vaccine.
So when I had Dr. Robert Malone on in 2021, in early 2021, he explained this is called immune escape, and that you can't vaccinate your way out of a pandemic, and that if you do, the virus is going to then mutate inside vaccinated people. And so they told people the exact opposite, that it was because of the unvaccinated people that the virus was mutating. Why would it need to mutate inside of an unvaccinated person? That never made. I tried to explain that to my friends, people who worked on this show. I tried to explain that to them, and they were they don't want to hear any of it. Just like none of my friends in Hollywood, none of them. I told, no, the guy who invented the mRNA vaccine platform explained to me that you shouldn't be over vaccinating people because it creates a thing called immune escape. And then the virus actually mutates because you're over vaccinating. And that you can never, and he's about to tell you that if we didn't do that, we could have got out of the pandemic faster. So let's listen.
Millions of people, maybe even you or someone you know, caught the Omicron variant despite being vaccinated. That's because a single mutation can make mRNA vaccines ineffective. The same risk applies to flu. After reviewing the science and consulting top experts at NIH and FDA, HHS has determined that mRNA technology poses more risk than benefits for these respiratory viruses. That's why, after extensive review, BARDA has begun the process of terminating these 22 contracts totaling just under $500 million. To replace the troubled mRNA programs, we're prioritizing the development of safer, broader vaccine strategies, like whole virus vaccines and novel platforms that don't collapse when viruses mutate. Let me be absolutely clear. HHS supports safe, effective vaccines for every American who wants them. That's why we're moving beyond the limitations of mRNA for respiratory viruses and investing in better solutions. Thank you.
Produced by the U.S. Department.
So my moron friends in Hollywood, my know-nothing Hollywood friends, don't understand the big words he just said because they never did their own research. And they don't know that what he just said is true. And that's something I've been saying since 2021. And I tried to explain it to them, and they wouldn't listen. They were told the exact opposite. They were told that the vaccine would stop the pandemic. They would stop the virus, and you couldn't transmit it, and you couldn't contract it if you got it. They were told that. They repeated it. I told them that wasn't true. And I also told them that if you can't vaccinate your way out of this, and that if you do, you're going to create a thing called immune escape, which means that the virus is going to mutate more. They wouldn't listen to me. You know who they did listen to? They listened to Dr. Fauci and MSNBC and CNN and Rolling Stone magazine. They listened to all those people, all the liars.
Shit.
And then they talk shit about me on social media.
Okay, look, the entire alt comedy scene, because right now there's a whole thing with Marin and, because Tony has the premier flipper arm Squid Game show, and for some reason Marin's jealous of that. And there's a whole back and forth about it. I want to have Marin on my show to ask him, because I know he went along with all the vaccine stuff. And every LA dumb shit liberal, when you bring it up, they don't want to dwell on it. They want to move on.
They want to move on.
Like mistakes were made. So why are you talking about anybody else, anything, after you just let a Mengele experiment happen that you supported and you were part of it?
Because
it's great they banned this mRNA. I got 2 shots. So a little late for old Jeeves over here.
Yeah. Because those people they don't want to talk about it, Kurt. The people I know don't want to talk about it because they will have to admit that they took part in something monstrous. And
they're pussies. They did it because they didn't want to make a choice in life. They wanted to be led around, and their validation comes from outside of them.
Yes.
Every loser that I've ever met that gives a shit about Hollywood like that still, they're a quarter of a human being. And all their validation comes from consensus that they're good. Like cattle. And so that's why they're like that. And anybody that has a personality would go, this doesn't make sense with the stuff they told me before. Like, I'm not that smart to notice this. But these people on purpose are cows.
Stephen Colbert was ripping the vaccine and Big Pharma when Donald Trump was president. And as soon as Joe Biden became president, he flipped and starts doing dances with vaccines and shaming people who were saying the things he was saying just a few months earlier.
Yeah, that's how you know he doesn't believe the stupid shit he's saying. He's an intentional demonic liar. That's how you know that.
And then all my asswipe Hollywood ex-friends are going to say, you know what they're going to say when they see that he pulled the funding for mRNA vaccines? They're going to say, oh, well, he had a brain worm and he used to be on heroin, but he's afraid of taking a shot now, because that's their level 1 single-celled version of irony.
Have some heroin. What are you, afraid of taking a shot? Have some fentanyl.
Yeah.
Are you afraid of taking a shot?
So here's an HHS Special Advisor, Dr. Stephen Hatfield. Listen to what he says. He's going to explain to you a little bit more about what Bobby just said.
Walk us through what led to the decision of finally getting, stopping the underwriting of American taxpayer for this experimental gene therapy, sir.
Hi, Stephen. Good to see you once again. What happened is that the data had accumulated to the point where meta-analysis studies could be done. These are very comprehensive analysis, and it virtually came back consistently that there was no benefit to risk ratio for taking a messenger RNA vaccine. In fact, it was more dangerous to take a vaccine than it was to contract COVID-19 and be hospitalized with it.
Whoa.
We're now in 2022 that this data started to come out. The side effects for this essentially gene therapy was so enormous and progressive, it was difficult to fathom. And then finally, a few months ago, some of the detailed biochemistry studies started to appear in the literature. And this sudden flood of messenger RNA, it appears irrespective of what the messenger RNA insert is coding for. Just the sheer amount of number of millions of molecules of messenger RNA entering the cell is creating biochemical havoc. It's disrupting protein metabolism. It's interfering with tumor suppressor genes. It's damaging the mitochondria, the powerhouses of the cell. It had to be stopped.
It's creating biological. What's that, Kurt?
I got 2 shots. Thanks for saying this now, assholes.
I know. So Kurt, they couldn't test it on animals because PETA would be upset. So that's why they just used you as the guinea pig.
I should have smoked crack. I was like,
Yeah.
I shouldn't smoke crack.
The difference is that they don't have to, if they did it on animal experiments, instead of doing it on you, is that they don't have to feed you and change your cage.
Yeah, right.
Right?
Right.
So you have to do that part. So the lab rat gets more respect than you do from Big Pharma. So just sit on that for a while.
Yeah, that's eco shit. That's why you're supposed to feel guilty for farting in God's earth because somehow it's heating up the earth.
So he's got more to say. Listen to this.
It turns out that the manufacturers did not do due diligence to ensure these were safe products before they were released onto the American market.
No kidding. Well, we've been telling you that for years here at the Jimmy Dore Show, and you knew that when they brought a Pfizer executive in front of the European Parliament and they asked, did you do these tests to see if it stopped transmission or contraction before you released your COVID vaccine to the market? And the Pfizer executive said, no, we didn't do those tests because we were working at the speed of science, which is a made-up term. So we've known this for a long time here at the Jimmy Dore Show, that they didn't do their due diligence and they lied to us. And that's what this special advisor to the HHS is telling you right now.
And throughout 2021 to 2024, the drug companies essentially ran the pandemic response. Nobody stood up to them. Nobody questioned them. Judicial Watch, America's First Legal, were able to obtain some documents. They didn't want to release it. Pfizer, they wanted a 70-year moratorium on the clinical data from the trials.
Remember, they wanted to bury their clinical trial data for 75 years. I think he's right. I think it was 75 years. They weren't going to release the trial data for 75 years. And again, all my asshole friends in Hollywood was like, yeah, that's fine. All the news hosts on TV, that sounds right. No problem.
Which from the start showed these never prevented infection, never prevented disease transmission. And there's no good clinical data to ever show it reduced the severity of disease. The CDC in response, I don't know what's wrong with that once fine agency,
really?
But they've become a supplicant of Big Pharma.
Really? Well, that's like, I don't know what happened to the CDC. It's like saying, I don't know what happened to the mafia. Are you kidding me?
Wait, Jimmy, what was the purpose of those shots if they knew ahead of time it didn't do any of those things? And it's a platform, right? mRNA,
right,
to get things in. So what was the actual intention of the shots? Are we going to get to know that? I'll bet we're not.
I don't think so.
They put out a paper saying, yes, we've saved like 14 million lives, the vaccination program. No, the paper's been torn to shreds by epidemiologists. It was based against a computer model and against an idea where you have the peak and it comes down and then it goes back up again. The vaccines have injured hundreds of thousands, and we're not really sure how many have been killed by it, but a significant amount. They had to come off the market. There was no choice. You want to make America healthy again, it had to be stopped.
That's pretty strong words.
Why is everybody not in an uproar over hearing this?
I don't know.
This is infuriating. And Trump is just bragging about warp speed again.
Because you got to go to shows like this or Steve Bannon's War Room to hear about this stuff. And when RFK puts out a press release like he did, the big pharma-funded media discredits it. They'll say this guy was on heroin. This guy's got a brainworm. He's taking away your vaccines. They're not going to tell you the real truth. You have to come to shows like this to get the real truth.
I promise you, you have friends right now that are storing fluoride tablets to chew and swallow because they're afraid of fluoride. They probably drink bottled water, and they're afraid the fluoride's being taken out of the water.
So what he's saying in that video is that the vaccine caused more damage than COVID did. That's what he's saying. The guy who's the special advisor to the HHS.
You're going to do nothing about it. You're going to sit there and talk about some fucking social civil war bullshit. And that's how it's going to go forever.
In order to prevent this guy Freeman and colleagues published another study showing that in order to prevent one COVID-19 hospitalization over a 6-month period among young adults, 18 to 29, over 30,000 of them would need to receive a third booster of mRNA. For each hospitalization that the mRNA vaccine prevented, the analysis estimated that at least 18.5 serious adverse events would occur. So that cost-benefit analysis is totally against using that mRNA platform vaccine.
Yeah, they did it anyway.
So you save one person going to the hospital, but then 18 people get an adverse event.
I hope somebody has the sense to go, why did they do that? We know it wasn't to help COVID. What was the purpose of shooting me up with that shit? Is anyone going to find that out? Or we don't get to know? Because I bet RFK knows more than he's saying. And by the way, Steve Bannon has 15 hours of Epstein footage that he's just not releasing until his deal with a network goes through. Remember, we asked him.
Let me just let's not confuse segments. Let me just keep this segment on this. Let me remind you what this guy said.
The vaccines have injured hundreds of thousands, and we're not really sure how many have been killed by it, but a significant amount. They had to come off the market. There was no choice. You want to make America healthy again, it had to be stopped.
So RFK has done it. And he's so now if the government is going to stop providing hundreds of millions of dollars to research new mRNA vaccines, they're going to go away. That's my guess. That they will go away. Fingers crossed.
Why did I not smoke crack? I should have just smoked crack.
Right, no kidding.
And not got vaccinated.
And it's Kurt says, it's amazing that people, I really can't get over this. Like it weighs on me. And I think about it every day, too long every day, about how my old friends in Hollywood aren't outraged at the lies they were told and that they were used as guinea pigs in an experimental medical procedure that the people at Big Pharma always knew was a lie. That is the weirdest thing. Like they weren't upset when they found out that no, it didn't come from a wet market, that the virus actually was created by Anthony Fauci, who lied about it. They weren't upset. They're upset at Joe Rogan, but they're not upset at the guy who literally invented the virus that they all are scared about.
They're angry at ivermectin.
They're not angry at Dr. Fauci for inventing the virus and for lying about it and lying to Congress about it. They're not upset that they were lied to about masks or that they were lied to about lockdowns or that they were lied to about the vaccine stopping transmission and contraction. They're angry at that the whole basis for the vaccine mandate, the whole reason why I had that debate with my best ex-friend Graham Elwood was about people being for mandates on bogus information. And when I showed those people that they were basing that on bogus information, They got mad at me because they're adult children of alcoholics. Because that's what an adult child of an alcoholic does. You don't get mad at the person screwing you, which is Dr. Fauci, the entirety of the corporate media. You get mad at the person who tells you that you're being screwed over. And that's exactly what happened to this show.
They're like a chick being cheated on, that you tell her she's being cheated on, she's mad at you.
And she's mad at you.
All of them.
And
Russia hacked our relationship, baby.
And again, I can forgive them all for being wrong, but they'll never forgive me for being right. And I've been right about this since I interviewed Dr. Robert Malone, which was in early 2021. I was wrong about it up until then. I was wrong about it. I bought the propaganda too. They scared the hell out of me. So I just this should be a huge news story. Of course it's not. Of course, this is not a huge news story. It should be, but it's not going to be. And if you didn't take the vax, you could be in a room full of other people who didn't take the vax at my next stand-up comedy show, which is going to be in Rutherford, New Jersey, Manhattan, New York, Calgary, Edmonton, Vancouver, Chicago, South Bend, no. Fort Wayne, Indiana, Louisville, Kentucky, and Appleton, Wisconsin. Go to jimmydore.com for a link for tickets. Come see us on tour. And
Okay. All right. So that kind of followed up with a lot of what we talked about last week. But also, I mean, a lot of us have been talking about a lot of that information for a really long time. Because, we knew what the scientists and doctors were being censored that were saying all of this information way back in 2021, So, I'm hoping we'll still see some kind of accountability or justice. What are your guys' thoughts? Think it's likely?
If I had that black pill type of a mentality, probably not. But I don't know. I don't know, man. It would be amazing to see certain things happen in my lifetime before I kick the bucket, pretty much.
Good to see you, Sal. Right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. It just depends on when people actually have that oh crap moment and they got nothing left to lose and they're back up against the wall. I don't know.
Good for you, Hobbs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't feel like I'll really believe in the accountability till I see it, Won't be holding my breath for it. It doesn't seem like we're getting much of it across the board. I don't think we have really enough time to dive into this one right now, but just to mention, it looks like it's at least a real possibility that Ghislaine Maxwell is going to be have her sentence reduced. She's already been moved to, from what I understand, a lower security prison where she's able to have work release. And, it's a lot like the sweetheart deal that Alan Dershowitz and Acosta helped Epstein get the first time that he had charges brought against him. And I don't know. It seems like she was one of the only ones that was facing accountability, And then I've heard things about Diddy getting out and making deals. So, I don't know. And truthfully, I don't even think that Diddy was charged for a lot of the real crimes that did involve children. None of that was even, brought up really. So that, it gets discouraging, right? I just want to see some accountability for all these crazy people that have affected so many, whether it be through trafficking, child trafficking, satanic ritual abuse, blackmail, the depopulation through jabs, all of it, and I think it all fits in as pieces of the bigger puzzle, which I think, it really comes down to good versus evil. That's a big battle to fight. Yeah, weed is better than jabs. That's for sure, Jerry. Yeah. I know, Lady Smith, but a lot of people are, and I was, I was on the regular vaccine schedule, and so were my kids until I knew better. So, here's hoping more people will start to have the veil slowly lifted or the scales yanked from their eyes or come out from their cognitive dissonance, whatever the case may be.
I think they're building another pandemic.
I think they'll always be building another pandemic as long as we let them.
Yep.
You know, I think they've already tried. You know, they already have talked about the bird flu. They've already talked about monkeypox. You know, there was that other one, Morgellons. Is that what it was called? Like, there's a bunch of zombie type ones they've talked about. You know, they're always trying to rule us by fear. And I just, you know, I wouldn't put it past them to make another bioweapon and release it.
Yeah.
You know, so I'm not saying they'll always be fake, but I think there's so much, they gained so much from the last one. I think they're just going to keep it going as long as they can.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And there was something I saw about the bird flu transferring to a cow and a person getting it from the cow. So, you know, I think, but I think they said that months, like, I feel like a year ago they were talking about that, and now they're saying it just happened and it's breaking news. And it's like, yeah, didn't you guys already try this one? So I don't know. But yeah, there's all that gain of function happening.
Watch out for the flying platypus disease.
Right? Yeah, or those GMO mosquitoes and ticks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. There's, you know, and a lot of people, the reason I'm almost always going to bring up something about the vaccines and COVID and all of that, because I really do think that that is one of the biggest moves that they're playing and have played, especially if a lot of the same scientists and doctors that were right about the effects of it, such as myocarditis and cancers and it ruining immune systems and all of these things that have proven to be true, if they were right about all of those things, which they were, they also, many of them said that it will sterilize people. And whether it's the people who took it or the children born to those who took it, you know, the next generation will be likely sterilized and infertile. And I don't even think we've been able to begin to wrap our minds around what that will look like. And, you know, that is the Depop agenda and eugenics at play for sure. And definitely evil. Yeah.
People suck.
Right? Not all
It was-
people. Not all people.
No, I know.
Whoever,
Lady Smith.
whoever wrote the Georgia Guidestones, you know.
Was he asking for forgiveness? I missed it. Yeah, some people think that's why the Guidestones were taken out, was that it was too revealing of what their plans were now that they're in play. I don't know. I haven't. Has anybody ever heard something that really proved who did it?
Nope.
That seems weird to me that, like, no, you know, they never found or blamed who did that.
What, the pandemic?
No. The Georgia Guidestones, who took it out?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay. Well, that's a whole rabbit hole to go down, but I don't think we have a lot of time for it tonight. But you should look into it, and you can find lots of information on it. But it was a monument in Georgia that were these huge stone tablets that basically were like kind of like a modern 10 Commandments, but they weren't the biblical 10 Commandments. They were 10 guidelines for basically what the people who created it, which was not known for a really long time. There's a lot of different ideas actually about who did it, but it was on the plaque. It did have a Freemasonry symbol, so they were at least involved. Some believe it was the Rosicrucians, but anyway, one of those groups that are all involved, in my opinion, in the Depop agenda and eugenics, and they were basically calling for the reduction of the population by, I think it's 90%. And that we would need to then maintain the planet at that level. And that ties in with the Deagle report and a lot of these other things we were talking about earlier too.
Wow.
Which maybe we'll talk more about that Deagle report next week. I think I'll play that video then. But somebody during the beginning, what was it, you guys? Can you help me remember when it was? Was it 2020 or 2021? It was like during all of that pandemic blur. Someone blew up the monument. They blew up that whole thing, and it was I never heard anything that proved who had done it. There was supposed to be a time capsule that was underneath it, and they said that they never found the time capsule. So that was kind of sus to me, because I thought that was probably what they were maybe going for, whatever was in that time capsule. but people at the time at least questioned whether it was someone who had taken it out because they were against their plans and it was like an FU to the globalists, or if it was the globalists themselves who took it out because it was too revealing now that they were already putting their plans in play.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
Agenda 21, Agenda 2030,
Right.
America 2050.
Yeah, Silver Shelby says, hasn't anyone noticed that time is going faster now? And I've heard a lot of people talking about this, and it's a really hard thing to judge, isn't it? I mean, I do feel like time is flying, and they say that, as you get older, time flies faster. But I've heard other people say, yeah, but this is something different. Like it's not just that, And I don't know. I don't know. It's a hard thing to judge. I've heard people say that like the Earth is spinning faster. I haven't been able to quite wrap my mind around that idea of how that would, work with time and daylight and clocks and everything else. But I don't know. You're not the only one feeling it, though.
No, I can go
I think she will
outside.
too, Snooks. I think that's part of the plan, and I think they're all in it together, and it's sick and it's messed up.
Let's go outside and look at a sundial and tell me how fast it's going.
Well, there you go. Time it. Yeah, clock it for us. Tell us what you find. That's a good idea. Right, Hobbs? Yeah, a lot of people were censored for sharing that information. Those I can't remember the name, the first responders. America First doctors, I think that's what they were. Yeah, they went and spoke, and they were trying to get the truth out, and they did to a lot of people, but it was definitely very strictly censored at the time. And now, obviously, all the real science and the real data now is showing that all the conspiracy theorists at the time were right. And, all those, think about, we were talking at the very beginning about Project or Operation Mockingbird and the media, and how they're owned and corrupt. Well, they were all saying that the truth that was being shared was the misinformation or the malinformation. So, a lot of us know this, but it's just crazy to look back on, isn't it? Okay, well, along with the things that we'll always be talking about here, because I think that they're very important, and yes, connected, along with everything going on with the pandemic and the jabs and all of that, is what's happening with Epstein, and Ghislaine at this point. But people keep harping on the list, and I think it's like almost like a semantics game. I don't care about any specific list being revealed. I don't care about what exactly is in those files, or seeing the CP that they referred to, like that was going to be what we wanted to see. That's bullshit. I want to know who participated in raping children. I want to know if it was done for the purposes of intelligence, which means especially if it was our own intelligence agencies and if they were that low. And I want to see accountability for them. And that's what it boils down to. I think all the rest of it, we know Trump saying it's a hoax, but people say, well, he was just talking about his involvement in it as a hoax and all this other nonsense. It doesn't matter. We need to see accountability, and it's not something that should go away or that we should let go by any means. It's already past due, in my opinion. But I'm not the only one who has that opinion, and I found this great song. Algo shared this over on his channel, and I wanted to share it with all of you. I don't know anything about this woman and her politics or this group or anything about them other than this song, but I know that I agree with them on this, and I wanted to share it with all of you. Here's It Ain't Gonna Go Away.
In a sleazy kind of way. You don't want us to have a look on a presidential day. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. You can fire more people, you can try to distract, but it ain't gonna work this time. There's lots lots of pages you'd like to redact while you're slipping with the slide. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. You can go to Scotland, you can go play golf, you can go to war today. You can point your finger at everyone else, but it ain't gonna go away. Yeah. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. We won't stop singing till we see those names in a book we want to read. The victims all deserve that till we root out each bad seed. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. It ain't gonna go away. Those Epstein files gonna bite your butt, and it ain't gonna go away.
Yeehaw.
All right.
Yeehaw, Grandma.
Right? That's what I'm saying. Yeah, and to all of those people there, I'm glad, I'm glad that people are doing even just silly little songs like that to continue the awareness and to show that we really do have more in common than we have that divides us. Ricky, thank you so much. He says, great show tonight. I've been lurking and listening. Appreciate that. And Buzz, I saw that you were talking about your song, The Tribe. I'll be playing that a little bit later tonight. Appreciate that. Yes, that's right. The RC Christian. And that's why RC, a lot of people thought it had to do with the Rosicrucians. I saw some documentaries that tried to dive into who had created it. There were a couple names that did get
I always thought the RC stood for Rothschild. That's what
others have said that as well. I know there's a lot of different theories. I don't think anything has been 100% verified.
Aren't they? Rothschilds are one of the owners of the planet, aren't they?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the names that we know, at least, I don't know that a lot of them are even really, I think a lot of them have changed their names too. So it's hard to say. Yeah, American Frontline Doctors. There we go. Thanks, CQ. That was who was sharing on the steps of the Capitol. All right. Well, it is that time to shift gears into music. Thank you so much to everybody who has been here for the conversation. I have really appreciated the conversation tonight. I'm thankful to each person who's been up here that we were able to share so openly, and also for being able to, keep our calm and agree to disagree and be respectful. And I'm thankful for that for each of you. And thanks to all the conversation in the chat too. And for those of you who shared this out and let some friends know and get some new faces in here, I appreciate that. And it's nice to see everybody here. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for any musicians who want to come up and join us. If you want to perform live or you want to have your videos shared, come up and join the panel and come and tell us about yourself and your music. In the meantime, I'm going to pull up some songs to play. And this first one is by Blue Unicorn. This is What Is This Song and Why? A cover. Here we go.
Prophets wrote is cracking at the seams. Upon the instruments of death, sunlight brightly gleams. When every man is torn apart by nightmares and by dreams, will no one lay the laurel wreath when silence drowns the scream? Confusion will be my epitaph as I crawl a cracked and broken path. If we make it, we can all look back and laugh. But I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Yeah, I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Between the iron gates of fate, the seeds of time were sown and watered by the deeds of those who know and who are known. Knowledge is a deadly friend when no one sets the rules. The fate of all mankind I see is in the hands of fools, and confusion will be my epitaph as I crawl a cracked and broken path. If we make it, we can all look back and laugh. But I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Yes, I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. Prophets wrote is cracking at the seams. Upon the instruments of war the sunlight gleams. When every man is torn apart by nightmares and by dreams, will no one lay the laurel wreaths when silence drowns the screams? The confusion will be my epitaph as I crawl a cracked and broken path. If we make it, we can all look back and laugh. But I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. I fear tomorrow I'll be crying. I fear tomorrow I'll be crying.
So well done by Blue. Love always how he Blue unicornizes his songs, his covers. Love his originals as well. Blue has been streaming. I think he's still doing some live streams while he's performing live, out and about in the wild. But he has also been recording his shows and then streaming them as a premiere. So the chat is open, and he has merged with formed a band. I don't know, but they're amazing. What they're doing is incredible. I love their sound. It's really unique. It's very Blue, but it merges really well with the other artists that are in it. And if you haven't caught his lives where he's been premiering those videos, they're still up. Go check them out because they're really something amazing. So Blue, much love to you. Thank you for sharing that song so we could share it here. Appreciate you. And that was a great song. When he posts the title like that, it's because it's part of kind of like a game he plays on his channel where you can leave a comment and say who you think the song is by if you recognize it.
Sounded like Jethro Tull.
Yeah, I saw some people put that in the chat, so maybe some of you have some ideas. I am unfamiliar with that song, but I loved the lyrics of it. I was listening to it earlier, and yeah, it's definitely one I'd like to find the original of. So yeah, I agree. Very well done. Pendar, good to see you, sis. Thanks for coming in. I saw you come in a little bit ago. Appreciate you being here, and it's always good to see you around. And I love all the feedback. Go back and check these out, the comments, Blue, when you come back and watch, because I was not highlighting enough of them. But a lot of love for you, Blue, and for your music.
I'm going to step down.
Right, Hobbs. Yeah, Frank, thank you so much for coming up.
Thanks for
I know you're stepping down, but just so you know, if in the next 3 hours, 2.5 hours, you decide you want to come up and play or sing, please do.
I don't have the energy.
I hear that.
I appreciate. I would, but I'm just
Yeah.
shut.
Well, I'm glad you were here to hang out for the conversation end of things. I really am.
I was glad to
And
be a part of the conversation. It was.
thank you for being so open.
Yeah.
Right.
Thank you for allowing me to be so open.
Yeah. All right. Well, have a good night, and thank you again.
You take care, guys. Thank you, everybody in the chat.
Okay.
Bye.
Okay. Nice. Good job, Snooks. Get him. We like those collaborations when they happen. Okay, well, until people come up and join us, we'll keep the good videos going. This is an artist named Gail Skidmore. The link is to her song that she performed over on Songs from the Rua Room with Dahi. Dahi runs amazing live streams on his channel and also standalone videos. He's based in Belgium, and he has artists from all over the world, independent artists that he has come to his studio and record there, but also he shares out their videos and channels on his stream. If you go to his lives, you'll have to look in his video description to find the links to their different sites. And in the video description of this link that I'll put out, you'll see Gail Skidmore's information if you want to go and check her out. But also, I highly recommend making sure that you're subbed up to Songs from the Rua Room. Okay, so this is Unfamiliar Lights. Here we go.
Unfamiliar lights along paths you've never known. And even from this height, you cannot see your home. But even when you stray, I will always come to save you. Look at the stars, you know who you are. No matter how far you walk in the dark, you'll never be lost, never unknown. Here in my heart, you are home, you are home. Ooh. at the stars, you know who you are. No matter how far you walk in the dark, you'll never be lost, never unknown. Here in my heart, you are home, you are home. Wherever you wander, wherever you roam, you will never be far from home. Oh, if you look at the stars, you know who you are. No matter how far you walk in the dark, you will never be lost, never unknown. Here in my heart, you are home. Look at the stars, you know who you are. No matter how far you walk in the dark, you will never be lost, never unknown. Here in my heart, you are home, you are home.
Absolutely beautiful. Love her voice. Please go and check her out, and also check out Songs from the Rua Room. Dahi. Hey, Peanut. Thanks for coming up. How are you doing tonight? Oh, we cannot hear you, Peanut, and it doesn't look like you're muted in StreamYard. So you might have your mic muted on your end. Thank you to all my mods who are helping share links. I appreciate you guys. Make sure you're subbing up to everybody. And thanks to everybody coming in. Hey, Bond, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Much love. Yeah, right, CQ, the skills. Wow, I know. And I love the banjo. It sounds beautiful. And yeah, she just, there's something about her voice, and that whole vibe was just really lovely to me. Kind of calming. Need that sometimes, right? Yeah, definitely. Yeah, his studio is amazing. Yeah, it's great. And different people have different studio setups or different levels that they're at, but a lot of the musicians, when a lot of them have great setups on their own, but when they go there, it's great because they really, he features them really nicely with all of the sound and everything he has there. It's amazing. Okay, let me go ahead and pull up another song here, and Peanut, we'll figure out what's going on with you. That we can't hear you. But this next one is by Mountain Man. We have a Mountain Man emoji you can use with this song, and this is a cover of Can't Find My Way. Here we go.
Come down off your throne, leave your body alone. Somebody must change. You are the reason I've been waiting here so long. Somebody holds the key. Near the end, and I just can't find the time. Well, I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. must change. You are the reason I've been waiting all these years. Somebody holds the key. Near the end, and I just can't find the time. Well, I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Well, I'm wasted and I can't find my way home. Well, I'm wasted and I can't find my way home.
Beautifully done, Mountain Man. That was really nice. I'm glad that we were able to share that, and thanks for suggesting that song for us to sing. Stevie Winwood song. Okay. It's beautiful. Yeah. Oh, there you go. You got a request, Peanut, to sing that song sometime. Classic. All right. Yeah, really well done, Mountain Man. I like that some of you remember to use that Mountain Man emoji too. Oh, Lisa, I'd love it if you're able to come up, and I hope that your recovery goes well from your surgery. If you can come up sometime later, that'd be great. Yeah, great rendition. I don't think I know the original, but I'm going to have to check it out. Kind of like when I get to hear songs that are done by others as covers, and then get to hear the original and compare and see all the differences, you know? I wondered, Sal. You probably aren't hearing me quite yet, but I thought you might be back in the stream. When you catch up, let us know. It's funny how we can tell that sometimes by what people chat. Okay. All right. This next song is by Metal Soprano. I really have enjoyed her and a lot of her collaborations that she's done. A lot of big band covers of like some metal songs. And this is something a little bit different. And I really like this too. So I'm glad to get to share this with you. This is featuring PJ Kobe, and it's a cover of Mama Who Bore Me. And she has such an amazing voice. Here we go.
Mama who bore me, Mama who gave me no way to handle things, who made me so sad. Mama the weeping, Mama the angels, no sleep in heaven for Bethlehem. Some pray that one day Christ will come up holy.
Beautifully done. And Hobbs, I don't know that song, but I will find out. I'm glad you heard me, Sal. And is this the link, Anti, that Hobbs was talking about? And if so, thank you. Yeah, isn't she amazing? I just love Metal Soprano's voice, and that was just a totally different style. And she, yeah, really, yeah, like a Gaelic vibe, right? I hear that too, Jerry. Okay, awesome. I will save that link. I guess that was. Thank you. I will save that link and check it out later. Thank you, Hobbs, for the suggestion. Yeah, I agree. And hey, Growl, good to see you. That was epic. Okay, Peanut, are we able to hear you yet? I know, I love that. It reminded me of Lady C and how she does that. It's like the more Lady C's, the better. The more metal sopranos, the better. Right, Snooks? Okay, I think we still can't hear Peanut. He's saying in the private chat that it's not working for some reason. So this is an original song of his called Judgment Day. And I'll go ahead and put the link in the chat. And here we go. Awesome, Peanut. That was really well done. I like that. And I liked seeing everybody's comments about it too, getting some feedback. It's great. I forgot you're muted still. I'm used to you being able to talk. It's weird to not have you be able to. It's kind of nice, I have to say. No, Peanut, thank you so much for coming up and sharing. And if you want to stick around and share another, you are more than welcome. I'm sorry that you can't talk while you're up here, though. All right. The next song we're going to play is from David Joshua. This is one that he just posted and released. And it's awesome. It's actually a throwback. And it'll say when we pull it up what year it's from. I don't want to missay. But okay, yeah, here we go. 2003. And I really like this because David has such an incredible voice to me. I love his voice. I've only heard him the last probably year and a half, maybe, I'm guessing. And his voice is so strong and, it's like iconic. I love his voice and I really enjoy his songwriting as well and his lyrics. And this song, I love it as well, but it's like a totally different David to me. It's like, and it's great because it's hearing him back then and seeing, he sounded amazing then and his songwriting was incredible then as well. But to kind of see, jump back that far and get to hear him is kind of neat to me. So this is David Joshua, Winter Glow. Here we go.
You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, if there is such a thing. Her presence was unforgettable, working in her favor that night. Her eyes were as black as gold, the only thing I needed to know. She was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, if there is such a thing. Stuck in a sweet surrender, she was all I could remember that night. Partaking in a moment I never wanted to leave. She was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen in my life, if there is such a thing. And of all of the stars that scream out tonight, they scream meaningless aggression, meaningless. Yeah, the stars that come out tonight scream meaningless discretion, meaningless aggression, meaningless. The most there is to know could not be contained. The most there was to feel, then the most to believe. Most to believe, to believe. Speaking is so many words, but these are just words. They can't return a feeling a feeling so surreal. Yeah, time is such a joke, play to destroy the greatest moment you'd ever have. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. If you've ever heard of such a thing, you're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. If you've ever heard of such a thing.
Awesome. As always, David, fantastic. And yeah, I agree. It was really cool to hear a song of his from that long ago, Lady C. Lady C, good to see you. Thanks for being here. And Steve-O, I saw you come in a little bit ago. Thanks for being here as well. Jovel, much love to you. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for any artists who want to come and join us up on panel to either perform live or to have your music videos shared. In the meantime, we're going to keep the great videos coming. And the next song that we have, actually, before I say that, Jovel, I know one of my mods is going to drop your link, probably Snooks. Oh, she already has. Perfect. If you guys are not subbed to Jovel, you are missing out. Jovel has awesome energy, and I can't even help but smile every time I go over to her live streams. She does a great job of like highlighting and sharing different people's links as well, and you'll meet some different folks over there, which is great. Yeah, congrats to you, Bon. Thanks for sharing your good news. So please go make sure you're subbed up to Jovel. Check out her live streams, especially if you're a night owl. You'll get to catch her live, and she does a lot of cover videos that she posts as well. So awesome, Jovel. Love what you're doing on your channel. Right? Yeah, I'm a ways out from that too, CQ. But someday, God willing, hopefully. All right, good to see everybody coming in, and I appreciate all the feedback for the songs and the musicians to hear later. Thank you, everybody. Yeah, she is a joy to watch. Agreed, Snooks. Okay. All right, thank you, David Joshua, for sharing your music with all of us and your talent. Right, CQ? Yeah, she does a great job on that one. Okay, lots of people subbing each other up. Love it. Okay, this next song is by 15th Bend featuring Olya, and I really love this song. It is Reignite. Here we go.
Can you feel the fire burn within? Can you feel the sultry nights, forbidden games. Come, penetrate. The walls of my heart, the walls of my heart, the walls of my heart, the walls of my heart. The fire burning.
Stunning as always from 15th Bend and Olya. I did share the link to that video on 15th Bend's page, to Olya's channel, and then also if you're interested in purchasing 15th Bend's latest album, Real, there is the link there to be able to go and purchase. Amazing. 15th also has his indie music roller coaster live streams on Thursday nights, and there's always just a really great vibe there, a lot of great people and community, and then also tons of great music. So go check it out. I will see you there if you do. All right. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up and join us. Right? Awesome. I agree. And we're going to keep the great music going. This is a song by a group I've been sharing a lot of lately. I actually think I first heard them over on 15th Bend stream. This is November South. And this song, you guys, listen to these lyrics. My goodness, this is Scars. Here we go.
We all were children, but time just slips away. I look in the mirror now and see the wrinkles on my face. I can't help but wonder what happened to that boy, just running through the woods filled with endless joy. Got scars on both my hands and scars inside my soul. I've got scars that follow me, some that won't let go. They say time's a healer, and with seasons come a change. But sometimes it's hard to see when you're driving through the rain. Scars only seem to make us stronger. They remind us we get to live a little longer. I wouldn't change a thing, hell, they make us who we are. All these scars. I remember the day I found my dad dead on the floor. I couldn't keep from screaming, it cut me to the core. We took his ashes and we gave them to the wind. Then we sang a gospel song and we carried on again. These scars only seem to make us stronger. They remind us we get to live a little longer. I wouldn't change a thing, yeah, they make us who we are. All these scars. Scars only seem to make us stronger. They remind us we get to live a little longer. I wouldn't change a thing, they make us who we are. Beautiful skies.
Absolutely stunning from November South. Go check him out, you guys. And those lyrics I love, but all of his music is like that for me. I've really enjoyed all of his songs. All right, I did post the link over to the Rumble chat. That's the live stream that's going at the same time as this one. I will be doing some stuff over on Rumble, probably only on Rumble, but I'll usually post something here on YouTube so you guys can kind of redirect over there. But if you are on Rumble already, please make sure you go over and follow my channel. And if you aren't, consider coming and joining, because with everything going the way it is, you just never know when any platform could be taken down, and it's good to have some places to land. All right. I've heard the moon is beautiful tonight. I hope people go and check it out. Right? CQ, I know. I'm glad you like those lyrics so much too. You too, Jerry. Really beautifully done. Yeah, they do, Mountain Man. November South rocks. Agreed. Yeah, I can put the link back in there. Let me see if I still have it saved. Yep, I do. Okay, there's the link again to November South, the Scars. All right. Okay. Yeah, that's okay. Mike and Don, no problem. I can drop it again. All right. This next song is by, or it's actually a cover of a Zach Bryan song by Mountain Bluebird. This is someone who's new to me, and I just really enjoyed her voice and her style, and I love this song too. So this is a cover of Something in the Orange. Here we go.
It'll be fine by dusk, glad I'm telling you, baby. These things eat at your bones and drive your young mind crazy. But when you place your head between my collar and jaw, I don't know much, but there's no way to hold. And I'm damned if I do, and I'm damned if I don't. 'Cause when I say I miss you, I know that you won't.
Really beautifully done. That was, again, Mountain Bluebird, and I love that song so much, so I really enjoyed that, and I thought you guys would too. All right. Yeah, it's such a great voice. Glad I got some people up and dancing. Maybe moob dancing, but still, we'll take it. Much love to you, Jerry. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you always. And I did get your email, Jerry. I will respond to you ASAP. Yeah, is that a chef's kiss there? Oh, nice. All right. Yeah, I agreed. Okay, I think I'm going to go ahead and try to sing a song that was requested by Wildlife Watch with Mo. This is an absolutely beautiful song. I really love it. Hold on, before I share it, I'll see if I can talk and do things at the same time here. I'm going to go ahead and get the settings set up right, hopefully-ish. And nope, can't talk and do stuff at the same time. Okay, this song is one that Mo had picked out because she had donated along with many others. Thank you, everybody, for your support in that way. And she had won the spin of the wheel. And so she had donated her emoji to Mountain Man. And Mountain Man, I'm glad you came by so you could see it. And then had chosen this song for me to sing. And I first heard this song over at Rowan's channel. He jams along with this one. And I've just really enjoyed hearing it there. And so it was kind of a fun challenge to take on to sing this one myself. I hope I can do it a little bit of justice because it is a gorgeous song. So this is by Romany Gilmore, who is David Gilmour's daughter and has music, the original East has music from David Gilmour. And this is the song Between 2 Points. Okay, let's see how I can do this. All right. Hopefully my audio and everything works out right. Let me know if the music is way too low or way too high or anything like that, and I will adjust it. Yeah, thank you, Mo, for the suggestion. All right, here we go. We're doing this. I'm gonna take a drink before we do, though. Okay. Trust in an unknown. Fell headlong into the arms of the first that stirred me, and steadied a steady heart, and took me to a place I've never been. Stopped guessing at an early age. Start accepting things from day one. And then things can't go too wrong. And you can see it in the way they look at you. Feel it in the way they treat you. Always the last to know. All right. Thank you for that suggestion, Mo, and thank you for the super sticker. You're so sweet, and I appreciate all of your support. Thank you, everybody, for all the kind words. All right, I've got my sound back. Thanks, everybody, for the appreciate you all. Let's see. The next song I'm going to go ahead and pull up is a cover that I absolutely love by Joe Norman. And this is While My Guitar Gently Weeps. I think that he sang this for the first time on his stream, one of his live streams when I had requested it. He does awesome live streams. Most of his now are like a concert, so it's him up on panel. I think he's still debating doing some panel streams, but I know he joins in on a lot of people's panels. But he does take requests, and you can look through the videos he's put on his channel for songs to suggest or come up with something to challenge him that he hasn't tried before, and sometimes he'll jump right in and do it. But this is one of those that I'd requested, and I love how he did this. This is While My Guitar Gently Weeps. Here we go.
I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. I look at the floor and I see it needs sweeping, still my guitar gently weeps. I don't know why nobody told you how to unfold your love. I don't know how someone controlled you. They bought and sold you. I look at the world and I notice it's turning, while my guitar gently weeps. With every mistake we must surely be learning, still my guitar gently weeps. Yeah, I don't know how you were diverted, you were perverted too, and I don't know how you were inverted, no one alerted you. I look at you all, see the love there that's sleeping, while my guitar gently weeps. I look at you all, still my guitar gently weeps.
Absolutely beautiful. Really love that, Joe. Great job on that cover. And I just love that song. Who doesn't? Okay, so speaking of guitars gently weeping, I thought that was a good lead-in to one of the latest songs from Abe the Band. This is his song Birds. And as a side note, Abe is awesome, and I get to hang out with him most of the time over at 15th Ben's roller coaster. And if you haven't checked out Abe's channel, there are some great Easter eggs there. I've played a couple of them, but he's been getting a kick out of taking, and we all have, of him taking different like sound bites from 15th streams, or like kind of running jokes from 15th streams and putting them into songs. And so there's a few over there. One in particular, I should just probably pull up and play here sometime, but yeah, you got to go check out Abe's channel and see if you can find those 15th bend jewels. But Abe is an incredibly talented musician, and in addition to being a great dad and having a great sense of humor. And this song "Birds" is amazing. Here we go. Really well done, Abe. Fantastic. And yeah, I agree with Lady C's comment. She said, I swear everything Abe does is wonderful. How can that be possible? And Ozark said, Abe just gets better and better. And he absolutely does. Yeah. And he's able to create those songs so quickly, too. I mean, I shouldn't speak for that one in particular, but I know with the ones that have kind of been tongue in cheek and in humor, he's created them very quickly and always amazing. Really well done, Abe. Yeah, I agree, Mountain Man. Right. A good one. Jovel, much love to you. Thanks for coming by. And I would love it if you're able to join the panel sometime. You're always welcome. Okay, all right. This next song is by a group that I introduced you guys to last week called Sacred Revelations. This is a group that my friend is involved with and is wanting to keep anonymous, but I do hope that you guys will help them go and sub up the channel and help them grow. It's a brand new channel and something they're just starting to put out. So I think there'll be more music on the way. This is Christian metalcore, which is kind of a cool little niche, I think, a little bit something different. And I really enjoy the lyrics of this one. This is Love Unbroken by Sacred Revelations. Here we go.
Will fade to dust, knowledge shatters, turns to rust, but love endures the endless fight, through the dark, the blinding light. Prophecies will fade to dust, knowledge shatters, turns to rust, but love endures the endless fight. Rejoices in the truth. Evil falls beneath its boots. Faith and hope may guide the way, but love remains, will never stray. Love is patient, love is kind, shields the weak, protects the blind, bears all things through storms and thrives, keeps the soul, keeps hope alive. If I have all, but love is none, then all I've gained undone, undone. Crush the pride, let hatred die. Love eternal, never lies. If I have all, but love is none, then all I've gained undone, undone. Crush the pride, let hatred die. Love eternal, never lies.
Really well done. Like the lyrics on that, and just a whole different vibe. I like that one. I'm glad that some of you like that as well. All right, you guys, go sub them up if you can and show them some support. Help their channel grow. Share them out if you're so inclined. Oh no. Hey, Tony, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for coming by. The link is pinned, Tony, if you want to come up and join us. Me and Bran have been up here by ourselves so far tonight. But, we're playing out music videos. But if any artists want to come up, you are more than welcome. You can perform live or have your music shared. Oh, that's awesome. Getting inspired, Mountain Man. I like it. All right. Oh, awesome. Tate says he's the 10th sub. There we go. They got to start somewhere, you guys. So let's go help him out. Appreciate you all. Okay. This next song is by Okaya. Really love this one, you guys. This is Eternally, and it's their acoustic version. Here we go.
Lost in a dark ocean, caught beneath the currents. If I could hear you talk, you'd always make the wrong seem more than perfect. How could I continue to live but never love again? Send me a sign, I have nothing left. When all is lost and the wind cries her name, just let her know I won't be long. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. Familiar moments when everything seems certain. You would rest your head next to me in bed and dream of what life could be. For now, I'll continue to paint your face in starlit skies. Please actualize, they can bring her back, where we can live eternally. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. So hard to see through teary eyes, still captivated by your light. If I could bring you back to life, I'd hold you tight, my dear. Tonight, if there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay in the gardens where I'll be with my love eternally. If there's any other way, I would like to make you stay. Lost in a dark ocean, caught beneath the currents.
Amazing. Absolutely love them. Love their vocals too on that. Incredible. Just really well done. Glad so many of you dug that one as well. All right. Awesome song. We're going to keep the great music coming. And thank you to all of you who've been here tonight. you musicians as well. I appreciate those who show up to show support. And, I play plenty of musicians who aren't here, but I do try to share musicians who are here in the chat. And if not this week, then the following week. So thank you, everybody, for being here. Please don't think that you aren't noticed or appreciated, because you are. All right. This next song that we're going to pull up is by Zio Fender and Soundtrack. It's one of his latest. And this is The Matter. Amazing. So talented. Love Zio. And one of the greats. Here we go. Always beautiful. Zio has a way of just mesmerizing every time I listen to him. Wonderful, Zio. Thank you for that. Beautiful. Yeah, so good, right, Ozark? Okay. I'm going to give Brand just a second here because he's pulling up a song from a Rumble stream to share, and we'll see how that goes. I have not personally shared a video from Rumble. It should work out okay. This is a song that was created by Buzzacino and a friend of his who helped with the music involving AI as well. And really great lyrics on this, Buzz. I love what you did with this. And, you know, Buzz is an incredible poet and writer. And he did a great job with this song. So I hope we're able to share it here for you. And Buzz, I'm so sorry because he had asked me if I, shared it with me to allow me to share it last week. And because it's on Rumble, it wasn't in my playlist and it skipped my mind until right after the stream. And so I'm glad we get to share it tonight. All right. This is The Tribe. Here we go.
There is a groovy new tribe sending out a good vibe, giving us some serious truth. A woman staying alive, trying hard to survive, whilst offering some real facts and proof. In a tribe of many nations with skills from all vocations, we united with one true aim: to stop all the injustice, excuses, we don't trust us, so we're bringing facts to change the game. We're a tribe of love and morals, with true freedom on our mind. No time for hate and anger, we want a life that can be kind. As a tribe we love nature, she's the key to our future, and together we weigh reality. For the balance shows the lies, and the logic opens eyes for those that are ready to see. For those that are blind, we try to help them find their way through the villains and snakes. We can all lend a hand, we can all make a stand, and reveal all the puppets and fakes. We're a tribe of love and morals, with true freedom on our mind. No time for hate and anger, we want a life that can be kind. They are just not prepared for the tribe of revelation. We are not backing down, we're causing a sensation. They cannot divide us, we're done with segregation. We are coming for the criminals who want a population. We will find them, we will bind them, we will lock them all away. Then we will hold the trials and give them the judgment day. True freedom on our mind. No time for hate and anger, we want a life that can be kind. We're a tribe of love and morals, with true freedom on our mind. No time for hate and anger, we want a life that can be kind.
Love the message of that song. So well done to you and to your friend that helped you. Anti, you're cracking me up. And I got your song, 79. Much love to you. Good to see you here. Anti's guys got eyes on. Careful, 79. Mountain Man, I was going to say thank you for the song that you suggested. I have it saved to the playlist for next week. Appreciate you. Yeah. Awesome. All right. Yeah, love the lyrics, right, Queen? Great message. Well done, Buzz. Okay, I'm going to go ahead. I have it copied and didn't post it yet. I'm going to go ahead and put in the chat the links to Buzzacino's Rumble, and then also to where you can purchase his books of poetry. You've seen him share lots of words of wisdom, really beautifully written in the chat. If you want to purchase his books and support him, go and do so. I have one of his books. Just found out there was a second one recently, and we'll purchase that one soon too. But love what you do, Buzz. Love who you are. Thank you for being here. Okay. Yeah, great lyrics, right? Glad you all enjoyed it too. Okay. This next song is by an artist, and I've actually played this one before. Oh, awesome, CQ. Thank you. And this is Matt McClure, and this is what I love all of his songs. I don't think there's a single one of his that I don't like, but this is one of my favorites of his, Buried Me Alive. Here we go.
Where flowers used to bloom, now stands a stone. the hell could you throw my heart on the ground and trample on it? Tell me, does the dirt beneath your nails ever bother you at all? You took away the air and I don't know if I'm breathing now or not. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and cold upon my skin. And what I feel for you inside is like a burning ember trapped somewhere in the ashes of time. Buried me alive. How did I end up here, left in the dust by someone I trusted? Oh, at first it wasn't real, a blade in my back. I never saw it coming. Tell me, does the blood beneath your nails ever bother you at all? You took away the air and I don't know if I'm breathing now or not. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and cold upon my skin. And what I feel for you inside is like a burning ember trapped somewhere in the ashes of time. Buried me alive. I tried to lay it all to rest, but our heart for who we were is still beating in my chest. You buried me alive, and the weight of your memory is heavy and cold upon my skin. Oh, and what I feel for you inside is like a burning ember trapped somewhere in the ashes of time. You buried me alive, buried me alive, you buried me alive. Oh.
Love that song. Matt just has a way of like just evoking so much emotion, right? In his music. Love that song. All right. Thanks everybody for being here and hanging out. I'm glad you guys are digging the music as well. Nice anti. Right? I know. I think that might be his daughter, but I'm not sure. But either way, her vocals on that really stunning. 79, you crack me up. All right, this next song is a little bit of a different vibe. This is by Dynamite Throw. And the video, you guys, if you're not watching, try to watch because it's just really cute and very fun. This is Cookie Crisp. Here we go. Isn't that just great? Such a fun vibe from Dynamite Throw and an awesome video. Love you guys were all into that one as well. Nuke, it's probably just best it wasn't his gumdrop buttons. Yeah, that was awesome. I know, and now we all are craving cookies. The power of suggestion. All right. This was a reference to Ozark Drifter has a great Christmas song about cookies and a nice video that's enticing to make you want to eat cookies too. Right, Navy Vet? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Okay. We're going to go ahead. Yeah, Cookie Trumpet. Pee Wee Herman, SpongeBob, and Bandcamp. Nice. I see where you're going there, Lauren. I see. Right? Oh, see, nice Buzzacino. We have no cookies. I have to take care of that tomorrow. Right, Nuke? Yeah. Well done. Very, very well done, Dynamite Throw. Okay, we're going to keep the great music going. This is Unshackled Spirit, also known as Sal Caruso or Jaded Soul. Can't Go Back.
Floating on an empty ocean, soft, gentle wave, feeling good vibration, without a word to say. These are different times, I understand that, than where I come from. I can never return back to change my run or what I've done. The embrace of peace and wisdom of all the ages gone. Hands are tied by the wheels keep turning. Eternal ghost of time. These are different times, I understand from where I come from. I could never return back to change my run or what I've done.
Really well done. That was beautiful. I enjoy all of Sal's music, under all of his aliases, but I enjoy when he sings the most. I just do. I'm a lyrics person. I've really come to appreciate instrumentals of all different kinds, especially guitars. But I don't know. There's something about great lyrics sung with emotion that I really appreciate, and Sal does that. But he also has great musical songs, or instrumental songs, rather. Well done. Okay, Buzzacino, much love to you. And G Manana, much love. I saw you guys are taking off. Have a great night. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you all. And I hope you all have a great night. Okay, we are going to go for a little bit longer. If there are not musicians that come up and join, which is fine, then I will go ahead and probably wrap things up a little bit early and do the backstage a little longer this time. Get some people back there to talk, because we usually end up going for a while. And that kind of reminds me, I was going to say, I'm trying to start to shift my schedule a little bit. My husband's been working really late nights, so he doesn't normally get home until late. OPSEC, I guess I won't say what time, but his schedule is going to be changing. And I kind of brought this up on that test stream that some of you saw, where I was just doing a quick test stream. Algo was helping me set up the stream on Rumble and YouTube to be able to do both. And I did announce it there, but I will be changing my streaming night in September. So the week of September 21st will be the week that my husband's new schedule will change or will begin. And so it looks like I'll either be streaming on Monday nights or Tuesday nights. And no matter which way I go, there's going to be people that I'm streaming with at the same time. I mean, it's just the nature of YouTube. There's only so many hours in a day, and there's so many streamers that we're connected with. But I'm already letting some streamers know that I might be conflicting with, and trying to give heads up where I can. And it's just so it's kind of out of my hands for which night's going to end up working out best. But I am checking in with a few people to kind of get some input between the two if I'm able to pick. And if I'm not able to pick, I obviously can't do much about it. But I will let you guys know well in advance. And like I said, that won't be happening until the week of September 21st. So the 22nd or the 23rd will be my first live stream on a Monday or a Tuesday. But just a little heads up. And in the meantime, I'll be here still on Fridays, and still be doing the backstage speakeasies. So I hope you'll keep coming, and I'll keep seeing you all around. Okay. Right, Tate? The only time we all want to accept all cookies, there are none. Right? No cookies here, no sweets. We're doing keto. So we don't have any cookies, but I mean, they do make keto cookies, and you can make keto cookies at home, but really, I usually don't have very many cravings for sweets, but that cookie video in the conversation chat, it did it to me too. All right, next week is a cookie party. Linda Jean just announced. Next week, everybody has to have cookies. I will have to make some keto cookies. That's good. I'll find a good recipe, and everybody can talk about what cookies they have in the chat, and maybe share recipes if people want to. All right, we can do this as a little impromptu thing. I'll try to see if I can make a community post and remind everybody before next week. Maybe I'll make a little short or something too. And we'll have a little cookie party next week in chat. Why not? Great idea, Linda Jean. Just so we won't be in a circumstance like this again. All right. Oh, shoot, Mo. Is that on Mondays or Tuesdays or both? Probably both. Yeah, I know it'll be a little bit different. And, maybe we'll have some different people that come in more regularly. Maybe it'll flop. I don't know. I did used to do Mondays before for the same reason. My husband's schedule had changed, and I had gone from Fridays to Mondays and then back to Fridays quite a while ago. But it seemed to work out pretty well, and I did still see a lot of the same people. But I know, everybody kind of has their routines and schedules, and I hate to throw it all off, but it is what it is, and I hope I'll still see you around. I know. Well, hopefully somebody will fill that slot, Fridays will be a little bit more open, although there are a lot of great channels that already stream on Fridays. But, we'll because I miss them, and it's unfortunate that it all happens at the same time. So it'll be kind of good in some ways, and a little give and take. But yeah, we'll make it work. I'm sure I'll still see everybody around. Nuke says keto cookies. You mean keto lies? Nah, I have made some before. It's just been a really long time. You can actually use almond flour is a good alternative to make keto cookies. And I know there's some peanut butter, kind of like no bakes that I've made before, but it's been a really long time since I've done them. But I think that's the recipe. As I'm sitting here craving cookies, that's the recipe that's coming to mind. Right, Linda Jean? Fun. We can all get fat together. Well, just for one night. Everything in moderation, right? Oh, there we go. Snickerdoodles. Are those a fave, Tate? My mom made amazing snickerdoodles. Yeah, she had a great recipe from my great aunt. Okay, awesome, Mo. Thank you and appreciate your support always. Lily, I saw you come in. I don't think I said hi. Much love to you. Yeah, see, peanut butter cookies. That's what Bran, we're on the same wavelength. That's what I'm craving over here too. Oh yeah, those are good. Like the fingerprint or thumbprint ones with the Hershey Kiss. Hey, there we go, Linda Jean. Maybe I'll stream Friday nights and it'll be a cookie hangout. Awesome. Yeah, actually, I did see, Linda Jean, that you and Kid Kane had done, well, I don't, maybe it was just Kid Kane, but I think it was both of you had done a live stream and I missed it and I was so sad. Yeah, it would be great if you guys did it on Fridays. I should still be available to come and hang out in the chats. I just won't be able to stream. I can't do that with my kids here. They have to be somewhere else for me to be able to stream. So it's got to be one of my husband's nights off. Cookie shows are popular. Homemade tea cakes. Ooh, yeah. You guys have got me craving all the carbs now. All right, let's keep the music going. Appreciate you all. This is a song of Camelia's that I absolutely love. I haven't played this one in a while because she's been putting out a lot of great songs and I've played some of her most recent, but this is one of my favorites of hers and this is Someone I Know. Here we go. Love that. Camellia, absolutely love you and your music. Thank you so much for sharing your talent with all of us. And I hope you'll keep the great music coming. Yeah, I think it's a great idea. Right? Linda Jean, you'll get used to it. Except I hate being up on panel by myself still. But other than that, I like I like being up here and talking with people. But yeah, you're probably like me, Linda. I don't like to have like the dead air time. So then I ramble. Yeah. And I like what you said, Bran. I noticed your comment. He said, Camellia, you ignite in me the sing-along mood like no one else can. And I agree, right? Always great music. And it seems like it should be around a campfire too. Awesome, Anti. Thanks for sharing Kid Kane's link. If you're not subbed, go and sub up and maybe you'll catch him live again sometime soon. Right? So talented, Mountain Man. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Camellia. Much love to you. Yes, absolutely. Get 'em, Mo. That's what I'm thinking too. Camellia and Mountain Man would be a fabulous collaboration. Absolutely agree. Oh, awesome. All right, great conversation happening in the chat. Appreciate everybody supporting one another too. Good people here. Just love y'all. Okay, this next song is by the Amateurs, which are, I believe, are new to me, featuring Folk and Blueser, who is not new to me. Many of you know Al. I've shared a lot of his music here before. Such a talented singer, songwriter, and guitar player. And this is their song, Vanity Angel. Here we go. Fantastic. All right, go and check out Folk and Blueser if you're not already subbed. He used to do live streams more often. He did do one recently, but I haven't seen him do them too often. I hope he's going to start doing them more often. I just really love his voice, and he's a great guy. Yeah, I love Folk and Blueser, right? And Mountain Man said that he thinks he might be going on headlining a blues fest, which is awesome, maybe in September. So I bet if you go and sub him up, you'll be able to follow and get some information about that. Hey, Tails, good to see you. Tails Told in the Dark, much love to you. Tails has awesome streams and a great channel. Tails tells short stories about all sorts of different things. And Tails, you have a great voice and a really great way of narrating, and she puts it with music and does great, awesome videos that go along with them. So go and check out Tails Told in the Dark if you're not already subbed. Tails has some great playlists too, but I've added her videos to some of my like sleep playlists. Like I'll listen to stories as I'm drifting off. Love it, Tails. Okay. Zio, much love to you. Yes, and thank you for sharing your music with all of us. I hope you'll go back and check out the comments later, Zio. Thanks for being here. Okay, thank you, Camellia, for sharing Tails' link. All right, this next song is by a group called The Distance. If I remember correctly, this is a band that Matt had shared in Discord, I think is where I found this one. And it's their acoustic cover of Sweet Child of Mine. Here we go.
She's got a smile and it seems to me reminds me of childhood. she's got a smile, and it seems to me reminds me of childhood memories where everything was as fresh as a bright blue sky.
Such a beautiful cover of that song, right? I like how Blue put it, song rescued. Yeah, really well done. Go check them out, you guys. Show some support. They're a small channel. Let's help them grow a little bit. Good to see you, Blue Unicorn. Thanks for coming in. I shared the song that you had shared with me towards the beginning of music tonight. Oh, well, I hope things look up, and I'm glad you're here to relax and lurk, Blue. Much love to you. Okay, this next song that we're going to pull up is a cover of You Were Meant for Me, which is a great song by our very own Linda Jean. Here we go.
Well, the dogs are crying. I've got my dog mom hat on, so I thought I'd just sit here and I'm going to try and remember a song. I used to play it all the time. I loved it, but I haven't played it for a long time. Not in its entirety, and my fingers aren't working, but we'll try it anyways. That's my disclaimer, because I know I'm going to suck. I hear the clock, it's 6 a.m. I feel so far from where I've been. I got my eggs, got my pancakes too, got my maple syrup, everything but you. Break the yolks, make a smiling face. I kinda like it in my brand new place. Now I'm the sponsor of the meal. Don't leave the keys in the door. Never leave our towels on the floor anymore, 'cause dreams last so long, even after you're gone. I know you love me, and soon you will see you're meant for me. I was meant for you. Called my mom, she was out for a walk. Consoled a cup of coffee, but I didn't want to talk. So I picked up the paper, it was more bad news. More hearts been broken, people been used. Put on my coat in the pouring rain. Went to a movie, it just wasn't the same. It was happy and I was sad. It made me miss you, oh so bad. Dreams last so long, even after you're gone. I know you love me, and soon you will see you're meant for me. I was meant for you. Go about my business, I'm doing fine. Besides, what would I say if I had you on the line? Same old story, not much to say. Hearts get broken every day. I brush my teeth, I put the cap back on. I know you hate it when I leave the light on. Pick up a book and turn the sheets down and take a deep breath and a good look around. Put on my PJs and hop into bed. I'm half alive, but I feel mostly dead. I try to tell myself it'll be alright. I shouldn't think anymore tonight. Dreams last so long, even after you're gone. I know you love me, and soon you will see you're meant for me. I was meant for you. You're meant for me. I was meant for you. You're meant for me. I was meant for you. I totally screwed up in several places, but that's not bad. I've not played the whole thing through for many, many years. Can't believe how old that song is now. My goodness, time is just a ticking, just a ticking. So what do? You hop in your time machine and play an old song and go back. Woo! I feel better now. I feel happy. I was sad before. Don't want to be sad anymore. It's just not in my nature.
Love it, Linda Jean. So awesome and such a great song. And I like how you describe that as going back in your time machine. You know, music has the ability to transport us for sure. Well done, Linda Jean. Great cover of that song. I think I was reading the word copy as I said it. All right. I'm glad you were here for that as well. Carol Bright Eyes, much love to you and lots of hugs. Good to see you here. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you coming in. And Carol is one of the great channels I was talking about that streams the same time as me. And so I don't get to always go to her streams, especially, well, not on Fridays. But Carol, I had said earlier, I'm going to be changing my schedule the week of September 21st. I'll be leaving Fridays and moving to Mondays or Tuesdays, and I will let you guys know. But hopefully that means I'll be able to come by your stream more often, Carol. And hopefully you guys will be able to come over and join the panel a little bit too. All right. Yeah, Carol, that is Linda Jean who's here in the chat, and she does have a beautiful voice. Absolutely. Some great original songs too. You can go check out on her channel. Okay. Yeah. Awesome. All right. I know. I joked that G Manana's not here. She had just left, but I had to get you with the slipper because G Manana and what is it? The Swarmageddon crew or a Slippergeddon crew. We know, it's so easy for people to put ourselves down. We all do it. We're all our worst critics. But you sound amazing, Linda Jean. You have a great voice and a great talent and a great personality. So I'm glad that you're continuing to put your music out. And it did sound beautiful to me too. Yep, musical time machine. That could be the name of your stream, Linda Jean. Just saying. All right. We have a couple more songs before we'll kind of wrap things up here. And then I'll do one final song at the end. And we'll have a little bit more time backstage tonight to hang out. For anybody who wants to click the link that is pinned and come join us backstage to talk and hang out and share videos or just get to chill for a little bit. Oh, okay. Very cool, Carol. She says they're going to do Friday and Saturday nights. Awesome. Okay. Well, I should be able to come by at least more of them that way too. Very nice. Okay. Love you back, Linda Jean. All right. There we go. I'm just saying. Maybe Kid Kane can jump on for a ride too on the time machine. I bet he could do some cool covers from like the grunge era, right? Okay. This next song is an original by Lady Campion and Roque Avellaneda, and it is Moving On. Here we go.
Why can't you see me? I am right here beside you. I've been all this time praying that you'd be the one who might set me free. Could you not hear me? No, I said everything I could think of to say. somehow the words aren't enough. So I try to forget, to be stronger right now, but I do not know how. And then you wander past and I'm lost. Somehow I can move on, I'll just look for the path. I know that someday I'll look back, but not with regret. So I try to move on, to be stronger right now. I think I can see how. For now, I must be free from my I find new meaning in the people and things I've neglected somehow. Value is fleeting unless you hold on. And I know I've moved on, I am stronger right now, and I'll show you somehow. For now, I'm finally free of my past. Yes, now I'm finally free of my past.
Really well done by Lady Campion and Roque, and such talented musicians, both of them. And I hope they do some more collaborations in the future. If I'm not mistaken, that was Lady Campion's first original song that she had worked on. And, she's done a few more since then, and I'm always glad to hear when she puts out new music. She's coming right along. I love it. Of course, her voice is always stunning. And Lady Campion does her dinner music live streams, usually on Tuesdays. She might be doing some more spontaneous streams, not sure. But go make sure you're subbed up if you're not already, which I think most of you probably are. And go say hi in the chats. Thank you, Anti, for sharing that link. And yes, I agree. Simply beautiful. Okay, I've got one more song, and then we'll wrap things up and then do a final ending closing song before we go backstage to hang out. The link is pinned. If you want to wait until I play that final song, then I won't have you join the panel. But if you want to click it and come and hang out on panel for a few minutes while we finish things up, you are more than welcome to too. The link is pinned at the top of the chat. Okay. This next one is by Ozark Drifter. And I thought it was good for kind of getting to the end of the stream here. And this is Goodbye Time, a cover. Here we go.
It's your life. You say you need a change. Don't all the dreams we've seen come true mean anything? You say it's different now. You keep staring at the door. How can you walk away? Don't not matter anymore. If being free is worth what you live And if it's too late for love to change your mind, then it's goodbye time. If we had known our love would come to this, we could have saved our hearts the hurt of wasted years. Well, it's been fun. What else can I say? If the feeling's gone, words won't stop you anyway. If being free with what you leave behind, and if it's too late for love to change your mind, then it's goodbye time. Goodbye, baby.
Beautifully done, Ozark. Great cover. And I like the video that you did as well. Really well done. And I'm glad you got a few more subs, hopefully. And Mountain Man, I'm glad that you are connecting with Ozark. That's great. I could see you guys doing something in the future as well. Ozark has such a great voice. Okay, well, it is time for our final song. But before I play that, I want to say thank you again to everybody who joined the conversation through the chat. To everybody who came up on panel. We had a lot of great guests up during the conversation side of things. Thank you to Peanut for coming up for the music. And I'm sorry we didn't have more live musicians here, but that's the way it goes. And we still had a great night of awesome indie music. Thank you to all of you who are here in the chat. I tried to play everybody that had come in. I think that I can already tell there's a couple I can think off the top of my head that I missed, but I will be trying to add your tracks to next week's playlist. And already am building one. It's got some great songs. So I will hopefully see some of you at the backstage right after this. I'll see some of you at the backstage speakeasy where we're watching Alice Through the Looking Glass on Sunday night. And then I'll be back here again next Friday. But I'm sure I'll see you guys all around somewhere before then. Tate, thank you so much for the super sticker and for all of your support. Thank you. Appreciate you. If you would drop the link to the Rumble again, I would appreciate it. Maybe as you guys are taking off, if you want to click on over to the Rumble, if you do, say hi in the Rumble chat over there, and just make sure you're following me so that if I ever do stop streaming on YouTube for different varying reasons, that you're connected with me over there. All right. And I hope you guys all have a great rest of your weekend. Yeah, thanks for being here, Linda Jean. It was a fun night. Appreciate you all. Thank you, CQ. Thanks, Mo. Much love, you guys. Thanks, Mountain Man. All right. This final song is by Take Two Drum Covers, and it's one of his latest covers that he's done, and I just thought it was a great way to kind of leave on a positive note, and it's a cover of Tina Turner's Simply the Best. Before we go, though, I do want to say thank you so much, Bran, for being up here and helping share videos this whole night. I always like the nights when you're able to be here the whole time, so thanks for sticking around, being a night owl for a change. And thank you to all of my mods who have been busy slinging links and connecting people, helping people to network through the chat. So appreciate you all. All right. And thank you, Anti, for dropping that link to Rumble. If you're not already over there, come and say hi. All right, here we go. Simply the Best, Take Two drum covers.